Seong had no idea his world was about to shatter in a heartbeat. Just moments before, he was an unassuming junior high student, the perfect prey for the school's vicious predators. The next, his consciousness faded into oblivion, ferried on the edge of death to a hospital. A savage pack assault left him with 1 foot in the grave, his life hanging by a thread. But his name would never make the national news. The press turned a blind eye. The wealthy clans of his assailants smothered the entire incident as Seong drifted in a 9-month-long coma, an abyss of darkness. His family waged a desperate war they could never win. His father spat on their blood money, scorned their settlements, and defied the corrupt machine. His righteous fury drove him to a point of no return. In one final, desperate gambit, Seong's father became a human inferno in the city square. His mother's heart-shattering wails echoed beside him, crying for justice in a world that had gone deaf to their pleas. The video became a viral firestorm, 72 million views. A tidal wave of public fury crashed over the nation. Only then did the gears of justice begrudgingly turn. Arrests, firings, hollow apologies, and pathetic financial compensations followed. But it was all a cruel joke. When Seong finally emerged from the darkness, the devastating truth struck him harder than any physical blow. He had slept through his parents' agony, their tragic sacrifice, and the inferno they ignited in his name. A crushing guilt consumed him. A cold rage took root deep within his soul. And in that moment, something inside him shattered. The world wrote him off as a broken, irreparable victim, but they were gravely mistaken. Now, 2 years have passed. Seong exists as a phantom in a fortified rooftop apartment, a fortress bought with the blood money he never wanted, a recluse landlord who shuns the world, living like a specter. But behind those vacant eyes and silent existence is a hunter, a young man, gathering intel, compiling data, weaving a web of names, connecting the dots between powerful corporations, corrupt politicians, and the monsters they chose to shield. He observes the elites strutting about as if nothing ever occurred. He traces the same damned surnames linked to powerful CEOs, presidential hopefuls, and media moguls, and their entitled offspring who cheated the scales of justice. And the worst part? He was utterly powerless. There was nothing he could do to make them truly pay for what they stole. Until one fateful day, a blinding column of light descended from the heavens like a divine spear. It streaked towards Earth with impossible velocity. The impact zone? The roof of Seong's very own building. The shockwave launched the young man from his bed in terror. Panic seized him. His mind raced, with no clue what was happening. But he knew with chilling certainty that something immense had just arrived. His first thought, was it a simple burglar? As he steeled himself to investigate the disturbance, an unsettling presence, a chill of unseen shadows, enveloped him. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. His palms grew slick with sweat, fingers twitching with dread. But he pushed forward, determined to see what it was. He threw the door open, and a blinding radiance assaulted his eyes. When his vision finally cleared enough to see what he was facing, his eyes widened in absolute astonishment. There, a colossal, flaming sword was embedded deep into his rooftop terrace. On this bright afternoon, something completely unforeseen transpired. An event definitely not on Seong's carefully planned schedule for the day. He looked completely stunned and disoriented. But then again, it is not a daily occurrence for a massive sword to crash land on your roof. His thoughts raced, a maelstrom of questions swirling within his mind. Who possessed the kind of power to achieve such a feat? And for what purpose? Judging by his reaction, Seong was sweating profusely, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He struggled to shake himself from his stupor. He resolved to venture out and inspect the strange object more closely. The sword's design was strangely recognizable, like something ripped straight out of a fantasy online game. Scratching his temple, Seong deduced that it was a greatsword. A Zweihander of such epic proportions, it matched his own height when planted. After several tense moments, Seong considered giving up, refusing to let this impossible event mess with his head. He decided to reject the bizarre spectacle and not get any more confused. At that point, he contemplated suppressing his curiosity and pretending the whole thing never happened, no matter how or why the bizarre sword appeared there. He retreated back inside, feigning total indifference to the matter. Once safely back within his apartment, The hollow, zombie-like man shuffled further into his room. He briefly wondered if the legend of Excalibur itself had chosen his rooftop as its new sacred ground. With that thought, he collapsed heavily back on his bed, finally making the decision not to care about what happened next. Soon enough, Seong was pulled into a deep, exhausted slumber, abandoning the colossal blade on his roof to its own devices. But then, out of nowhere, the gigantic sword began to vibrate intensely, as if it had its own will. Completely unaware of what was transpiring outside, the dead-to-the-world sleeper had no concerns whatsoever. Suddenly, the intense commotion outside shattered Seong's peaceful rest. His eyes shot open, still glazed with sleep, panicked that he was now trapped within some hellish nightmare. The scene was bizarre. He spotted legions of high fantasy warriors, thumping the butts of their spears rhythmically on the ground. Even worse, Seong found himself standing directly in the path of the marching soldiers. He was likely soiling himself with terror on the inside. The color drained completely from his face as he saw the vast legion of monsters marching toward him. At the very front of the line, a heroic figure stood, cloaked in red, wielding the very same Zweihander, the exact blade that had pierced through Seong's rooftop. It was now being held by this mysterious red-caped warrior. As he struggled to comprehend the impossible scene before him, an immense surge of raw power exploded outwards, knocking him off his feet, a wave of energy that radiated from the hero's very being. This blast sent poor Seong hurtling through the air. He couldn't understand what was happening or why he was there. All of a sudden, that concussive blast of wind nearly tore the skin from his bones. Struggling to regain his senses, Seong gasped for breath and raised his head, only to behold a horrific sight. His mind reeled as he stared at a literal mountain of carnage, a pile composed of grotesque monster corpses, and standing before him was the Zweihander planted at the very peak of it all. The sheer intensity of the vision jolted his body out of the dream world, and he shot upright in a panic. He took a few moments to process what had just happened. He couldn't believe he'd experienced such a terrifyingly vivid nightmare. But then, all of a sudden, a strange noise from outside his door snapped him back to reality. He rose to his feet again, now thoroughly confused, wondering if it wasn't a dream, but something terrifyingly real. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Seong braced himself, approached his door, and cautiously cracked it open, only to have his jaw hit the floor in disbelief. He was sweating bullets once again, his eyes practically bulging from his skull for the second time. The massive sword was now ignited, crackling with intense flames. He refused to accept that what he was seeing was reality. Now Seong's entire terrace was engulfed in fire. The man could barely withstand the sparks and intense heat, which had turned his rooftop into a personal sea of flames. And so he, feeling utterly lost, dashed back inside at top speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Seong wasted no more time and bolted straight for the bathroom. There, he began to fill a large bucket with water in a frantic attempt to combat the blaze outside. However, the curly-haired boy had a critical flaw in his plan. His emaciated body wouldn't possibly be able to lift such a tremendously heavy container of water. His entire frame trembled as he pushed his muscles to their absolute limit, trying to hoist the bucket in a more stable posture. But he still couldn't manage it. Water sloshed everywhere. But he refused to give up, despite spilling some already. He took another attempt and finally heaved it up. Giving it his all, he lifted the water tub and bolted outside even faster. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he was out on the terrace, dumping the entire bucket of water on the massive sword. But it was useless. Not even a single flicker of the fire was extinguished. He was utterly dumbfounded by this development. He let out a frustrated cry and then sprinted back inside. And so, from that moment forward, a new routine began. Seong repeatedly emerged to splash a bucket full of water, desperately trying to quell the infernal flames. He was completely out of breath, his body shivering uncontrollably. The entire rooftop was now shrouded in a thick fog. The fire had, for the moment, completely vanished. Seong just sat there, likely wishing he had just remained in his bed. He was sweating like a broken dam. He finally mustered the courage to stand up again, but then his whole body just screamed out in agony. Then all of a sudden, Seong noticed the water pipes tucked away in the corner. He was probably cursing himself, realizing he could have used them the entire time. He felt an overwhelming rage as he was about to completely lose it. Later that night, the clock struck 12 once more. This marked the arrival of midnight all over again. The percussive banging sound started up again, and this time it was growing louder with each passing second. Waking the poor guy from his much-needed slumber. Stretching, he walked to his door and cautiously opened it, only to be greeted by the sight of the blazing sword yet again. Over the course of the last 4 days, Seong had become accustomed to the presence of the fiery blade. He decided to fight the flames just like he always did. He carefully twisted open the pipe's main valve. He directed a powerful, controlled stream of water at the burning sword, with the goal of finally extinguishing the fire. And just like that, Seong doused the area with cold water to extinguish the flames. But he couldn't pinpoint the origin of the drum-like noises. He was positive that they sounded just like drums, but he was unable to determine their specific source. Most critically, he had absolutely no idea what was causing this fire, which started every night without any preceding warning. Seong found himself unable to tear his gaze from the blazing sword, its sheer presence completely captivating his full attention. Later, the clock hand struck 12 again, signaling that the midnight hour had officially commenced. Even in his sleep, Seong heard the relentless banging like a cursed, repeating song. Now the sound was getting more and more intense, thumping inside his head like some kind of free torture service. Right on schedule, as it always did once again, his sleep was utterly and completely destroyed. Jolting awake, he was absolutely fed up and on the verge of losing his sanity. This thing wouldn't let him get any rest, and he was as mad as hell, now acting like a starved and cornered predator. He was ready to tear apart his prey like a hungry piranha. The poor guy's mind was probably starting to short-circuit from this nightly ritual of endless water splash. And then, inevitably, it was midnight once more. His room was now littered with bags of accumulated trash, and the clock ticked away in the silence as Seong stared at the sword. He was still utterly clueless as to what he was supposed to do about this. With a completely emotionless expression on his face, he patiently waited for midnight to officially arrive, just so he could witness the grand spectacle of what happened at this hour. He sat right next to the sword. He watched as the clock struck 12, precisely on time. The massive sword started to tremble in a very peculiar way. Seong was fully aware that the main event was about to start, as he was completely transfixed by the sight, just as the flames were on the verge of bursting out from the cracked edges of the ground, where the massive sword was still trapped. A moment later, the flames erupted once again, but he was ready and quickly doused them with water. Finally, it was time to take matters into his own hands. Back inside his apartment, Seong frantically typed on his keyboard, like a complete madman in search of some kind of answer. After digging deep into his research, he finally found it, and he was completely taken aback by this shocking discovery. Without any additional hesitation or delay, he stepped outside again to finally confront the massive sword. He grabbed the giant red ribbon that was tied around its hilt. The banging sound echoed all around the rooftop, but this time, Seong didn't even flinch. Now armed with a cross and some holy water, he strode outside to face what he believed to be a demonic sword. He was prepared to exorcise whatever spirit was haunting this object. Muttering a few desperate words, he sprayed the holy water. The sword's intense trembling came to a stop. For just a brief moment, he thought he had actually succeeded. But then, a massive blast of flames erupted from the ground, nearly making Seong jump right out of his own skin. In a desperate, panic frenzy, he shouted, calling upon the power of God to cleanse the possessed metal object, demanding that Satan get the hell out of his rooftop. Hours passed, and now it was the middle of the day. The poor boy, Seong, was still standing there in one single piece. But even so, he had barely managed to survive the long night. The name of his lord was still playing on his lips, but only a faint whisper of his voice actually made its way out. Spraying holy water, he continued to compel the demonic sword. This night-long ritual had taken every last ounce of strength from this guy. Trying to make any sense of the nonsense he had just done, he grabbed his head in his hands, completely and utterly overwhelmed. Panting heavily, Seong noticed that for some strange reason, the fire didn't seem to act up as intensely in the broad daylight. It just seemed to extinguish itself on its own during the day, even though the flames had been raging just a few moments before. Looking up at the sky, with the scorching heat of the sun above, Seong had completely pushed his body well beyond its limits, with the fire not looking to quit its usual routine at midnight. He believed it would start acting up tonight all over again, and the whole exhausting cycle would just repeat itself. However, this young man had had enough of this nightmare, and he had made up his mind to finally do something about it. Thus, without wasting any more time or delaying further, he declared that today he would finally settle this once and for all. Taking out his entire toolbox, He picked out a sturdy hammer and gripped it tightly. He had every intention of relieving himself of this ongoing misery. Taking a good, hard look at it, this guy couldn't help but let out a rather creepy smirk. Taking a deep breath, he sprinted at full-blown speed toward the sword, with a serious case of menacing vibes. Seong then unleashed a truly furious strike, hammering the blade with the full and entire force of his being. But instead of a savage and powerful blow, the hammer's head snapped right off the handle and went flying. It smashed a brand new hole in the wall right behind Seong. This guy looked utterly and completely baffled. Still holding the handle, he was just staring at it like an idiot, drenched in his own sweat. Seong gritted his teeth in sheer fury, and he seemed to be at his absolute breaking point. With that, the young lad sprinted like a speedster to get back inside, probably cooking up some new idea to finally batter this wicked thing. Just a minute later, Seong came back out, swinging like he had some heavy-duty backup. This serious burst of action revealed a big bat, and Seong now meant business. His eyes were determined. This might actually have a good shot. Bat in hand, he squeezed it hard and rushed toward the sword, going full-on crazy this time. He took his chance to strike the sword once and for all, and surprisingly, he landed a very solid hit. The impact bounced right back at Seong with the exact same force. That bounce back then slammed straight into his face. It knocked him completely off balance as the bat flew out of his grip. He let out a blood-curdling, agonized scream. Seong screamed in pain as it hurt like absolute hell. But the young lad was not planning on backing down at all. Bolting back upright, he glared at the cursed piece of metal. He took this as a direct and personal challenge. He believed that if this thing really wanted a fight, it was definitely going to get one. Thus, he was ready to go completely all out. Without skipping a single beat, Seong gripped the sword's hilt tightly. The curly-haired boy wasn't going to quit that easily. Then a loud bang stopped him. A spark of intense flames burst out of the cracks yet again. It caught him completely off guard. He had absolutely no clue. This guy couldn't understand how it got fired up again, with just a mere touch of his hand, especially not even near midnight yet. That sort of thing really threw him off. And then his eyes nearly jumped right out of his head. Out of nowhere, a massive ball of fire lit up his face, scaring the absolute crap out of him. This fireball, full of intense firelight, levitated in the air just as Seong gripped the sword tight. Within just a few seconds, the fireball came crashing down like a blazing, fiery beam. It was heading straight for Seong. It was pretty much intended to fry him on the spot, whether he liked it or not. Every nook and cranny of his body was hit by the scorching hot, hellish light, burning through his senses just like a wildfire. His skin prickled and his vision started to blur. For just a moment, it felt like he was being completely consumed whole and possibly even puking fire. All of a sudden, he was being blasted by the countless, bloody memories of this sword that had cut the flesh of so many. The faces of every single enemy it had faced. Every blow it had ever struck replayed inside his head, building into a massive mental storm. He felt like his very skull was about to crack. He was reliving every single moment, from a joy of silly jokes to the excruciating pain of what was lost. Right then, the flames suddenly turned into thick smoke, and Seong finally managed to yank the massive sword out. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Completely wiped out, Seong had faced his nasty ordeal, which had earned him a huge, powerful sword, after having a beam blast through every darn cell of his body. It was now early in the morning, and the neighbors were already up, gossiping about the crazy fuss happening at the rooftop. That wouldn't just end already. One of them raised a pertinent question to the others, if they had any clue what the deal was with the rooftop apartment. The last few nights had been quite bothersome, with all of the noisy, unnerving screams. Not to mention, the neighbors had had it up to here and couldn't tolerate enough of the third floor's strange buzz. A woman nagged about the nonstop banging sounds, day and night, enough to drive just about anyone insane. But one of the ladies' husbands seemed oddly hooked on it, especially since no one had ever even seen the landlord in person during the entire span of the last 2 years. The people on the 5th floor had never had the chance of a face-off with their own landlord. And not only that, they certainly had no clue what sort of entity actually resided above them, a man or a woman, or even their correct age. This 5th floor lady had already called the manager this morning for a quick and urgent update on all this madness. It turns out this freestyling gossip queen let him know every little juicy detail of the rooftop, hitting quite the bangers already. She couldn't help but ask if this all needed the police's immediate attention. However, the manager put her back in her place and shut her down. She then reported, his polite demeanor, suggesting that others keep it all to themselves. Screams or no screams. That's a foolproof test to prove the landlord's current, lively status. His underlings are desperate to keep a tight lid on whatever's really going up on that roof. Meanwhile, Seong up on the rooftop snapped back to reality with an ear-piercing, agonized scream. After being forced to devour the massive, terrifying fireball, the lad passed out cold, still gripping the possibly cursed sword. Upon regaining his consciousness, the dude was totally out of it and still couldn't make any sense of anything. He wondered if that entire thing was actually just a dream. One heck of a lifelike dream that actually felt like a solid, real memory. Gripping his still aching chest, Seong got hit with a massive tornado of emotions in one go. Despair, joy, sadness, awe, anger, guilt, and hatred all felt raw at that very moment, enough to pierce through his heart. It was as if he had lived countless different lifetimes in a single breath. When it was all over, Seong jolted back to the real world, but his grip on the massive sword kept him frozen in place. For a moment, he didn't even remember pulling it out in such a rush. And not just that, the traces of the sword being stuck in the roof had completely and utterly vanished, sending a chill down his spine. Not to mention, he now suspected the sword's length was at least a meter long since it got yanked out. Taking a good, hard look at it, he half expected the massive blade to have already torn straight through the floors, barely having the physical strength to lift this gigantic metal blade. Seong definitely was not a quitter, so he managed to somehow lift it up for just a few seconds until he completely lost his balance. But this time, the sword ended up falling right on top of him, making his soul almost jump right out of his skin. A few moments later, he straight up pushed the sword and put it aside like a good boy. That totally took a huge load of his remaining strength. With just a single touch, Seong recalled the battling sword of the Pilgrim of Thunder and Storm, which was the actual name of this sword. Although he knew it was something derivative and not a true name at all, he still had yet to crack the code, considering he hadn't done very much with his life lately. With no real clue about what was now happening to him, he knew one single thing for certain. His courage and his determination would never get shaken, no matter what adversity he faced. His will to finally break free burned stronger than ever before. Without further ado, Sam got a good hold of it and finally channeled all the memories regarding the countless bloody battles. Just then, Seong's fingers certainly gained complete control of the sword. After taking a very harsh swing, he again lifted it right off the ground like a total madman. Just as he tried to take yet another swing, the sheer, impossible weight of the sword sent a powerful jolt of electricity through his entire body. Something deep inside of him surely snapped at that moment. Slamming to the ground, head first, he let out a scream of pure, unadulterated agony before passing out cold. Later, when he finally came to, he found the crazy woman he now had to call back with no other choice left. At some fancy lunch meetup, Missy was laughing and having a great time until her phone started buzzing. The very moment she saw the caller, her bright smile faded. She knew that she had to take this one for sure. Excusing herself to grab a coffee, Seong's desperate cry for help got every cell in her body on high alert. Rising with a very quick apology, Missy wasted no more time in completely ditching her date with Yu Kwon. She burst out of there in a hurry and rushed to get here, while completely missing Yui Kwon, calling out for Bora upon her arrival. Bora believed that it better be worth ditching her date on the spot. Just like that, without any further ado, Bora demanded to know what was up with this deadbeat zombie. With a sharp eye and her very close inspection, Bora noticed his bandaged hand, as if it had been completely broken or something. Without skipping a single beat, this lady pressured him into finally spilling it out. While Seong felt a little bit shy, she proceeded to ask how the heck he had managed to sprain both of his wrists. That one threw him completely off, and now he had got to cook up an excuse. Pressing the matter even further, she demanded to know. Now, left with no other viable option, he excused himself about having done some exercise that sprained his wrist. The mere thought of a workout from this guy cracked her up, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. She could not believe that the same guy, who hadn't even strolled outside for the past 2 years, had actually done a workout. It was almost too much for her to process. Smirking, she found the entire thing absolutely hilarious. She could hardly believe this guy, of all people, had actually worked out hard enough to land himself in this kind of mess. Her best guess was either working out on the elliptical for 2 hours straight or lifting incredibly heavy weights about 100 times, because there was no other way such an impact could possibly be made. Her smug look refused to fade as she stared into his eyes creepily. A sudden buzz of a text message caught her completely off guard. It turns out Seong's phone was now ringing, and this boy surely had no stamina left to even pick up his own phone. Bora did the honors, reading out the caller's name. Happy Realtors. Seong hated absolutely everything about this. As she tended to pick up his phone for him, this ticked him off. The dude smelled big trouble from here on out. While Bora confirmed that it was Taekyung's phone. Upon being asked, she told the caller that she was a nurse from Haewon University Hospital. She went by the name of Kim Bora, in charge of Seong's regular, routine checkups. This whole investigation from the happy realtor kind of seemed to be pissing her off. However, something about his screams made her turn around very quickly, with a look that said she had heard something seriously messed up. Now the caller desired to know if everything was truly all right with Seong. At first, Seong flinched but then shook his head, hoping that Bora wouldn't rat him out. She assured the caller that he was in perfect physical shape, both physically and mentally, regarding the missed calls. Bora pointed out that the kid wasn't great at answering them, right? Then, she launched into a long rant about her own problems, especially how Seong had made it a strict rule to at least send a text if it was strictly business-related. Afterward, Bora straight up told this kiddo to try acting like he was in good shape, or else the realtors would start to suspect something was off. Seong was having a lot of trouble lifting himself into a sitting position, but he barely managed to battle his intense pain through it, and got up to take his attendance at the realtor's urgent call. After his roll call, Bora took it up from here, clearing things out completely with the realtor. After she was done, she wondered what was really wrong with this guy. She casually brought up that the neighbors were upset by his constant screaming, which had been keeping him all up for the last couple of nights. But Seong was in no mood whatsoever to share his troubles. However, he was certain this chick wouldn't simply back off. Without any further ado, he admitted to feeling a lot more frustrated, like his heart was about to explode like a bag of confetti. Bora itched to discipline this complete weirdo, but she gave up. She proceeded to try and feed him. After putting on her nurse gear to further improve his odds, Seong claimed to be in good physical shape, but intended to take some much-needed rest now. Before Bora headed out, she went full-blown crazy over, leaving strict instructions on how to take care of his nasty sprain, followed by a schedule for warm compresses. Afterward, Bora scheduled their meetups on Tuesday and Thursday for the next 2 weeks, before Seong could even object. She then marched right out of there. He gritted his teeth, looking absolutely and completely pissed again. The banging sounds push him to check out the battling sword hidden under his bed. So he yanked it out despite the constant throbbing pain. This otherworldly voice declared that learning requires constant failure. Even though he was 100% completely alone, the voice wouldn't stop, forcing him to learn through intense pain. No matter what his age was, this was a hardcore crash course to becoming strong. The voice told him to grab the sword, run until you fall, then swing it until you break. And that was about it for his instructions. After dropping a fast-tracking course on how to get stronger, this unfamiliar voice advised him to grip the sword correctly, start running, and then swing it to the absolute brink of exhaustion. The poor dude wasn't familiar with this strange terminology. While the massive sword rested on his bed, Seong slid down heavily to the ground, completely and utterly drained of all energy. He had hit his limit. He started to question why he was even pushing himself this hard. He wondered, what was the point of getting stronger if it just left him like this? Soon, Seong tapped on his keyboard like there was no tomorrow. He was driven by a powerful thirst for knowledge. He did extensive, in-depth research on this Zweihander. Want to learn absolutely everything there was to know about it. Among all of the videos, he chose a Korean guy's 4-month-long practice video for two-handed, heavy sword training. It was time to go all in. Seong's focus shot through the roof, thanks to the unusual circumstances that had led to this. His eyes were locked completely onto the blade, barely even blinking. His focus was absolutely unwavering. He was now learning to slash his enemies with minimal wasted movement, bearing witness to all this. Seong couldn't help but wonder if it was possible by his own hands. At that very moment, he squeezed the heck out of his own leg. That was no cakewalk when his entire body felt just like a brick, completely unwilling to even move. But his mind wouldn't unhear the creepy voice's repeated commands. His mind cooked up a million thoughts about this whole ordeal, trying to make any sense of it all. Soon after, Bora dropped by to take a look at Seong's severe injuries, which were surprisingly healed way before the set time of 3 weeks. Cutting to the chase, Bora suspected Seong of using illicit drugs. With no more time to spare, she issued a stark warning. Rest up and ditch whatever clandestine activities he was up to, or she would be the one to face the consequences. His dismissive wave to get out ignites Bora's fury, who then furiously slams the door, leaving him in his solitude. He mused that his wrist would need 3 long months to mend, just as the nurse said. But a chilling whisper slithered through the silence of the room, proclaiming that a blade meant for battle, left to rust, is the true mark of a fool. Seong realized these phantoms were echoes leaking from the sword's memories. Outside, he gripped the hilt of the ancient weapon, pouring every ounce of his strength into one mighty swing. Tragically, the immense weight of this colossal two-handed Zweihander was far too much to simply lift, especially for a physically broken young man like Seong. He first resolved to forge his body, building his endurance and raw power from scratch. He recalled the phantom instructions. There was a dire need to run outdoors, to master swordsmanship, even at its most basic level. But when he considered it, the mere thought of stepping into the open world made him recoil. He had not departed his sealed upper floors, or faced another human soul for 2 agonizingly long years. Even now, a paralyzing fear gripped his heart. He pushed the stamina training aside for the moment. Just a second later, a memory ignited of a boy his age who could wield this very sword. That boy would run relentlessly for an hour at only 12 years of age, devour a meal, and then immediately return to his grueling run. Shaking from the sheer weight, Seong strapped the gigantic sword to his back, deciding to attempt push-ups. Given his complete lack of a workout regimen for so long, and the crushing weight of the blade, he estimated he could probably manage 10 reps with the sword secured to his back. But then, drenched in sweat after only his first attempt, the young man felt like he was staring death itself in the face. Resigning himself to just one single push-up, he lowered his body, only for the sword's immense weight to crush his face, directly into the unforgiving floor. The absurdity was driving him insane. Utterly defeated, he abandoned the attempt for now. He then grabbed a couple of instant noodle cups to regain his lost energy. But once twilight fell and the streets grew quiet, Seong ventured out, the colossal sword still firmly strapped to his back. He was prepared to finally begin his run. With a heavy, determined sigh, Tak Seong, with the battling Zweihander bound tightly to his back, was poised to march into the world outside. He was resolute. He would pull this off. He hoped to complete a successful run. But upon reaching the stairwell, the boy's courage failed him spectacularly. He chose to only run up and down the building's stairs instead, a desperate measure to avoid any human contact downstairs. Without another moment's pause, each of Seong's steps was a silent, ghost-like tap on the ground. Not to mention, his entire body was practically vibrating with effort, as if every fiber of his being was screaming for him to retreat back to the safety of his bed. Even as a cold dread ran down his spine, he kept chanting that he would run until his body reached its breaking point. He was not the type to surrender. Not now, not ever. His violent shivering only intensified, and his mind devolved into a chaotic, screaming mess. After descending just one single floor, his body already felt as though it was about to completely shut down. The young man was losing his sanity now. Then, all of a sudden, the tip of his sword struck the stairwell hard. That's when Seong lost his balance and tripped violently down the stairs. It was a nasty fall. He tumbled down the entire flight of stairs, crashing and rolling like a human cannonball. Then he met the concrete floor with brutal, unforgiving force. After a few involuntary backflips that slammed his face into the ground again, the mysterious voice from the depths of his mind reminded him that he still had a very long way to run. He'd better pick up the sword. Close to weeping like a coward, he'd barely managed to pull himself together. But his burning determination was still not shaken enough to quit. Even now, clenching his teeth so hard they might crack, Seong absolutely refused to back down from this. No matter what the cost, he was grimly determined to run, drenched completely in sweat. Each step painted a new horror on his face. He was trying to maintain his composure while descending the stairs, but deep down inside, he was terrified out of his wits. After a few more steps down, he would grab a hold of the railing, try to process it all, panting like a dying animal. Seong had never imagined that this could get so brutal on him. But here he was, struggling harder than ever before. After getting down, he began marching back up again at the same grueling pace, returning once more to the rooftop. He finally caught his breath after pushing himself through 4 laps. Then, out of nowhere, eerie, shadowy visions of his traumatic past flashed before his eyes. His body stiffened as the horrific memories flooded back, drowning him in pure terror, feeling like he was about to break. The fierce flames of vengeance inside him still burned brightly. That was enough to snap him out of this cowardly, frozen state, and he was now eager to attempt one more lap. Strapping the massive sword back on, he stepped out again, determined to finally prove himself. Later, on the 3rd floor, the old woman almost jumped out of her skin to see a mountain of trash bags flooding the land. Moving on, Seong's phone rang with a sharp chime. While he was busy taking a nap, still clutching his sword. A few moments later, it was rise and shine for our hero, Seong. His stomach's loud, angry growl worked better than any alarm clock. Heading to his kitchen, he cooked up a delicious and proper meal. But no matter how much food he consumed, he was always ravenously hungry these days. Squeezing a hand gripper, he dumped the dirty utensils into the sink, ate his fill, and then dashed out to the roof once more. There, he resolved to do more push-ups, and this time he reached 100 without getting his head crushed. Afterward, he kicked back on the rooftop turf, his arms stretched out wide like he had just won a great battle. Then, another clue was dropped. The mysterious voice casually revealed that taking short breaks actually leveled up one's strength even faster. He needed to find his own peace amidst all of this madness. Later on, Seong dashed down the stairs at full-blown speed, tried to up his game of running tirelessly. He was going absolutely nuts over the stairwell laps. Not to mention, his footsteps had grown much more aggressive. After clearing 8 laps, this guy thought about what was next. Without any further delay, he gripped the Zweihander tightly in his grasp. The voice dropped another piece of advice. That 100 swings were basically just an easy start, but the trick was to go slow enough to make anyone yawn. New, stricter rules have been laid out, which included absolutely no wavering of the blade's tip. A mysterious, ancient voice echoed, demanding to know Seong's ultimate objective. Without a flicker of hesitation, he declared, desiring vengeance. The house was completely burned from the inside out, but the mysterious voice wasn't finished with him yet. It kept pressing him, demanding to know why Seong would go this far. Staring intently at his computer screen, Seong bore witness to the horrifying historical footage. The entire town was nothing but ash and roaring flames. Bodies were scattered carelessly across the ground. The sheer agony in their eyes was unbearable to watch, and Seong watched as a helpless load of people were burned alive. Their screams were now trapped forever in the past. His jaw tightened, and he bit down hard on his lips, trying desperately to keep himself together. But the sheer weight of it all was crushing him. Then on the screen, a lone man collapsed, embracing his beloved tightly in his arms. Seong's emotional walls finally broke, feeling totally relatable. Tears spilled freely down his face as the mystery voice asked him again, "What is your objective?" Drowning in a storm of powerful emotions, he finally knew the real answer, which was revenge. A sudden, powerful revelation snapped his eyes wide open. Everything was so much clearer to him now, even as the hot tears kept streaming down his face. Sitting up, he furiously wiped them away, shaking off the sadness. His heart still ached, but his mind was sharper now than ever before, and he was dead set on what he planned on doing next. He finally knew his true path, and this time, there was absolutely no turning back. In the meantime, Bora was up to absolutely no good, sneaking around the rooftop again, probably pulling off some kind of old-fashioned detective move. Checking her phone, she casually scrolled through her messages. One text in particular reminded her that she was supposed to swing by Seong's place in about an hour. Giggling mischievously to herself, she smirked, thinking that Seong had no idea she was already at his doorstep. Just as she was imagining the shocked look on his face, Seong slammed the door open, and just like that, this sneaky girl was caught completely red-handed. Standing there, Seong looked like he was half dead, staring at her with a blank expression, telling her to act her age and quit snooping around like a complete weirdo. The girl was totally and utterly busted. She stomped her foot in frustration as she began to pout. He just let out a long, tired sigh while walking back inside. Writing 175/100 for his current blood pressure, Bora began her routine examination and tended to check out how his arms were now doing. He responded to it, revealing that they were still a little bit sore. But Bora had had enough of this and was at her absolute limits. She bluntly addressed the fact that Seong must face the harsh reality of how they had been lying to everyone. However, the times were entirely different now. After a brief, momentary silence, Bora proceeded with the rest of her questions, asking how his hands, feet, and back were currently doing. But Seong's answer remained exactly the same. A little sore. The same old, deadpan response hit a nerve, and Bora instantly growled, on the verge of completely roasting this deadbeat zombie. She retracted back, trying to keep her cool. Without any further ado, she declared that Seong had just run out of luck. The young lad was pretty much clueless. But Bora's smugness stayed as she finally came clean, blurting out that the doctor had already signed the note, announcing a full and complete recovery for Seong. That news totally caught him completely off guard. Thus, he questioned if Bora's roaming days of goofing around here were now over. And with that, Bora decided that Seong's hardcore introvert phase was officially over. If he kept this up, he might actually have to go back to school and enter the 8th grade as a 17-year-old, stuck with a whole bunch of little kids. In no time at all, Seong got right up in Bora's face, practically fuming with rage. His rage dialed up to the absolute max. He declared that he was not going to school. He growled, making his intentions crystal clear. Meanwhile, Bora was totally thrown off, and she just stared at him, stammering like a malfunctioning, broken doll. And just then, her jaw nearly hit the floor, wondering why this guy was suddenly so tall. She jumped right out of her seat, her eyes practically scanning his entire body. She couldn't believe this was the same tiny, scrawny kid who wasn't even 160 centimeters before and was now way past her 168 centimeters height. Yet, here he was, standing way taller than her. Bora shakily ordered him to stand there for just a moment, and she did a thorough checkup on him, only to find out that Seong had been secretly working out. Though Bora knew that kids tended to grow fast, she couldn't fight the urge to grab Seong's pecs, calling him a legitimate beefcake now. Later, during his brutal training, Seong heard the mysterious voice again, declaring that a mindset to achieve true strength must chase after unparalleled, absolute power, knowing that only fools separate the strong from the weak, fighting over petty rank and status. When there exists only one true path, no two skies or suns. It stands as a singularity, alone in its immense power. Moreover, there was the vow of the indomitable, the blessing of the sword, and the essence of conviction. To achieve these, he must run to the point of utter exhaustion, shattering his own limits, and swinging the battling sword 10,000 times without any rest. Only then would true, ultimate power be his. These words burned themselves into Seong's very mind. Compared to the boy from his phantom memories, he was only just scratching the surface. Thus, he needed to train much, much harder. A year later, a major announcement shook the entire nation. Jang Sung-chul was elected as the 21st president. He refused to make empty promises or pathetic excuses and hoped to prove that his love for the nation outweighed any self-interest. His lackeys all cheered, believing that their powerful boss, Sung-chul, had made his dream a reality. As congratulations began to pour in, Chairman Lee of the Shinjin Corporation called, praising Sung-chul's victory and promising to gather the entire family. He meant that the kids had suffered enough in their exile to the States. While Seong watched Sung-chul's speech, full of false hope, he felt nothing but pure, unadulterated disgust. As much as Sung-ju hated to admit it, he knew the innocent kids had already been through far too much. And now Sung-ju, a very big shot guy, was out here, saying he hadn't seen his little Soo-young in forever. They scheduled a time to catch up later. Sung-ju was thrilled to know Soo-young will be making his return very soon. Given the sheer extent of her past suffering, he guaranteed to see his little girl, who must be all grown up by now. His secretary took his own suffering into account as well. But Sung-chul was glad to witness this ordeal and finally see its end, like the sunshine after a long storm. Sung-chul admitted that it was all thanks to the sacrifice of their children, that their parents had achieved such greatness and nothing short of it. Then he gave off the absolute creepiest smiles ever, like a truly disturbing and sinister sight to behold. At the Incheon International Airport, there was a whole crazy, hot-headed squad of huge, imposing bodyguards, and it was pretty clear that they weren't just there for show. Right behind them was a pack of devils, about to make a serious comeback from their exile in the States. This included the green-haired, carefree menace, Yujin, the chill but deadly, white-haired dude, Junhyuk, and the muscle tank, Suho. Meanwhile, Haewon, Daehoon, and Changsu were already waiting for this crazy bunch, their arms crossed, expecting this reunion for quite a while. Junhyuk yelled, "Who's behind this cringeworthy little welcome party?" Daehoon told Junhyuk to chill out a bit, knowing that it had been a while since they had last seen each other. In the meantime, Suho and Changsu traded their casual pleasantries, glad to finally catch up, while the rest began mingling as well. That's when Haewon turned to Yujin, asking about Soohyun and Sooyoung. With a knowing smirk, Yujin said that Sooyoung took a flight to Japan for a few days, saying she needed to clear her head. As for Soohyun, well, they would just have to figure that one out for themselves. As she winked at them, though, Junhyuk couldn't help but wonder if Sooyoung had 2 years to cool off. What was even left now? He felt bad for Soohyun, who had to be dragged along. That said, their chit-chat continued, and they caught up with each other. While Junhyuk asked Changsu if he had looked it all up, Changsu believed that searching for a simple address was a piece of cake. Thus, Junhyuk patted Changsu's shoulder for doing such a good job. However, Changsu, smelling something very fishy, demanded to know if Junhyuk was up to something sinister. Junhyuk's whole face began to twist, his symmetry shifting into something eerily and unsettlingly off, with a sinister grin creeping up, accompanied by a dark, knowing chuckle. He was out to service the guy who was responsible for all the trouble they had encountered so far. Meanwhile, his aunt Hyunjin called Seong to ask him just one more time if he still didn't want to go back to school. Seong was dead set on not going back at all. She reminded this kiddo that he couldn't choose this way of living forever, while dropping an offer for Seong to come and live with her instead. She thought the States might be a good change of scenery for him, where absolutely anyone had no clue. Seong cut her off, confessing his crippling fear of the outside world. Taken aback by this, Hyunjin felt bad and apologized straight away for pushing him way too much. Seong reassured her, saying he knew that she was worried sick about it. That said, he ended the call, hoping he would take good care of himself. Meanwhile, Seong's own game plan was now locked and loaded, and he was ready to rip that whole bunch of them apart, with no such thing as mercy left in his heart. Outside, a man dressed in black had finally arrived at the location. After his clear and careful observation, not a single soul had trespassed the area of the rooftop or exited. However, he said they had already sent in a food delivery guy, a mailman, and even a damn meter reader. But there was still no word on whether the target was actually inside. Thus, he got his next order straight. Meanwhile, Changsu heard about some shut-in from him. Frustrated, Junhyuk yelled about how hard it was just to get one. Damn picture of that freak. But Changsu argued that Seong never even stepped foot outside. No school, no fresh air whatsoever. Junhyuk was now losing it. He was convinced the guy was up to some really weird stuff. Changsu then suggested breaking in, dragging him out, and beating the crap out of him, then delivering him straight to them like a package. That plan made Junhyuk crack up, but he told Changsu to just chill out until they polished up the plan to Soohyun's exacting standards. Then, for a little bit of inside scoop, Junhyuk dropped a massive bomb that Soohyun had gotten a direct invite from the Yakuza in Japan. That news threw Changsu completely off. It turned out Soohyun's smooth-talking and friend zone had gotten them connected with some top-dog parents in the Yakuza. Now, Soohyun had decided it was time to gift that loser, Seong, a little something extra special, throwing a little party together for their crazy comeback. Yujin winked at the camera while the rest of them caught on. At home, Seong's eyes scanned over the picture, and his blood practically boiled to see this bunch of disgusting scumbags. The more he stared at them, the harder it was to hold back the rage that was bubbling up inside him. Scrolling down, Yujin had put down a caption. In the memory of Soo-young and Soo-hyun, who haven't returned yet. They wish to get the entire gang back together under one single roof. Down in the post, Jane Crystal replied that they would join them real soon. Having seen it all now, Seong bet that they weren't the only ones who had been waiting for so long. Back home, people were hyped to see Soo-hyun and Soo-young back after all those years in the States. At Narita International Airport, they were welcomed very warmly with one lady. Straight up shocked that. They were told this would take another whole year or two, at the very least. But there they were, standing there all smug, proving her completely wrong. She was outright impressed, guessing Soo-hyun's dad's presidential powers were already working their special mojo. Either way, She acknowledged the hell these two had gone through in this period. Moving on, they were being smoothly escorted to their waiting limo. The other pair planned to discuss so much more as they went. As it turns out, Lee Soo-hyun was none other than the son of Lee Ju-young, the chairman of the Shin-jin Corporation, while Young Soo-young was the daughter of Young Sung-chul, the freshly elected 21st president of the country. Inside the limo, this bunch sat back very comfortably, discussing the matters that actually mattered to them. Breaking the tense silence, the muscle tank knew what was up and was also aware of Soo-hyun's style of wasting no more precious time. He found it totally relatable to his own style and thought it was better they just got to the point. That straight-up attitude took them all by surprise. Hence, the sassy lady over here took the chance to brief them all on the current state of affairs. Without any further ado, she smirked, revealing that Ryo-hei had everything all set and ready, since his preparation took a start. When he had heard of their imminent arrival to Japan, Soo-hyun was totally grateful to these guys for their help. But the muscle tank believed it was truly their honor, as he had never imagined coming across the likes of Soo-hyun. It's not every single day that one just bumps into the daughter of the Korean president while studying abroad in the States. Soo-hyun wasted no more delays to thank Ryo-hei for pulling all this off, showing her respect to Ryo-hei's efforts that had played out so far. She made absolutely sure that he understood he would never be forgotten, playing a very wicked smirk. He considered this all a good reason for their growing friendship. Additionally, he tended to spice things up a bit, revealing that his own father, the head of the Samdo syndicate, had invested a unique level of effort in supporting their affairs. Now, he let that sink in a little bit further. Soo-hyun then checked if all the preparations were in proper order, confirming if they could all leave together first thing in the morning. The concept of leaving together threw off the other two. Ryo-hei casually suggested they just kick back and relax, enjoy their time here, and then head back whenever they felt like it. That statement totally caught them completely off guard. Things had just gotten real and really, really fast. Soo-young and Soo-hyun's faces of horror kind of cracked the Yakuza pair up. Soo-young pressed Ryo-hei hard for some answers, demanding to know what was really, truly going on, while Soo-hyun's eyes began to twitch. His nerves were clearly and visibly on edge. Apparently, Ryo-hei then broke the heavy silence, casually mentioning that their men had had a business trip in Busan. Having an early morning chit-chat, Ryo-hei assigned Soo-young to give them a quick call, just as they arrived back in Korea to arrange for a meeting. He casually explained to them that their people knew they would be handling the final steps themselves, so they'd better put the finishing touches on it by themselves. Soo-hyun stayed chilled and unfazed, as he always was, while Soo-young burst out into loud laughter, realizing that Ryo-hei's little prank had just had them nearly jumping right out of their seats. Then, all of a sudden, Soo-hyun received a little text that ticked him off. As his rage began to fuel, Soo-young caught wind of this, asking what was wrong with him. Soo-hyun handed his phone over, letting her see the message for herself. The very moment that Soo-young laid eyes on the info, she let out a loud scream, and it completely and utterly threw her off. As it turns out, Jun-hyuk had texted this dangerous duo, confessing to having finally lost all of his patience to keep himself in check. Thus, he decided to go mess with their brand new toy, as it had gotten very boring to just wait for their arrival. At somewhat around midnight, two retarded weirdos were hurrying over to go beat up a measly little middle school dropout, mocking the boring lives of the residents, who had their lights out at 11:55 already. Parking right at the front, the macho freak decided to deal with this mess all by himself, as two men ganging up on one middle schooler sounded far too embarrassing. He hopped out of the car, told Baldy to keep his eyes on a sharp lookout, and went to go whoop the kid's bum. The macho freak was absolutely raging inside that he was stuck doing all of this crap work, and he was ready to beat up the kid for a bit and then drag him out later. Later, he picked the lock and kicked open the door to the rooftop. With a lot of different thoughts piling up, he wondered why there was no window, but then he recalled seeing a ceiling window in some of the pictures. However, the apartment was strangely open and totally pitch dark. Meanwhile, Baldy wondered what was taking him so long. He checked his watch, and Baldy had grown annoyed by the time that the freak was taking to make a punching bag out of that kid. Did the lad not know the value of time, or what? This left him with no other option He stormed in with a bad case of attitude and reached the roof in time. What surprised him was that the door had already sprung wide open, and Baldy thought that the freak was quite flashy for a simple kidnapper. Like, who would announce to the entire world that they were kidnapping the kid? Without skipping a beat, Baldy intended to take a little look inside, figuring out how much longer it was actually going to take. Right then, a big hand leaped out with no prior consent and grabbed Baldy's face completely out of the blue. The sheer brutality of the powerful blow sent a wave of terror through him. The savage blow scared him stiff, and he couldn't even move. Suddenly, Seong yanked the guy inside, like he was his personal toy that needed some serious pounding. A second later, a series of deafening bangs erupted from the rooftop. That series of loud bangs must have woken up the whole damn block. After a while, the very next day, the traffic police checked out this unattended parked car at the front of Seong's building, confirming that it was unregistered. They planned to just tow the thing away. However, the traffic cop was fully aware that the scumbags who had driven it had barely ever returned for it. And when they did, they would just deny ever owning it in the first place. Not to mention, he bet that they desperately needed luck on their side to somehow even contact the driver. No doubt, even the traffic cops figured that. This whole building demanded their ultimate and undivided attention for some strange and unknown reason. Taken aback, the junior cop was left completely speechless, clearly stunned by this very odd situation. It turns out, the traffic squad had been assigned to keep a lookout here as well, but only occasionally. A few moments later, Chong-Soo received an extremely urgent text that somebody needed to talk to him pretty fast about. The guy who was working for Jun-hyuk. After a while, Chong-Soo caught up with Jun-hyuk at his place. Apparently, they were legit and growing very concerned as to what had went wrong with his henchman. As it was 11 a.m. already, Chong-Soo scrolled through his messages, but hadn't received any updates either. Flipping his lid, Jun-hyuk yelled at Chong-Soo for not just making the call himself. That has ticked off Chong-Soo under this immense building pressure. And right about now, the phone rang intensely, and Chong-Soo's uncle picked it up, so thrilled to finally hear out his nephew. He wondered if his minions had done a good enough job. That was Choi Jong-chan, the head of the Mirror Credit Bureau. As it came to pass, Chong-Soo confessed to not hearing back from those guys, which threw him off completely, turning over Jong-chan's mind. He began questioning what those lowlifes were really up to. Blowing his top, Chong-Soo demanded to know if his uncle had sent out a bunch of complete amateurs for this job. These harsh words got on Jong-chan's last nerves, knowing the jerk had absolutely no sense of respect. Even so, he swore that he would dig deep into it. But Chong-Soo wasn't fond of this first-hand humiliation and taunted Uncle Jong-chan, saying that Uncle Chong-hyun from Jesus would have sent a much better pair. That finally did the trick of boiling his head. Jong-chan only treated Chong-Soo well because he was the boss's kid, but there was not much at the receiving end of it here. Gritting his teeth hard, the old man was now fired up and furious, wanting to know the location of those worthless scums, somewhere inside Seong's apartment. Jong-chan's minions had been beaten to a bloody pulp. Their phones were now buzzing nonstop on the floor. Their faces had been badly pounded into the ground, like they were just former punching bag for the freak who lived here. Just then, Seong erupted from out of the shadows, like a dark dweller. At Incheon International Airport, Soo-young and Soo-hyun had finally arrived back in Korea. As they were about to rush out of here, Nam Ho-young, a member of the Secret Service, was at Soo-young's service out of nowhere. Soo-hyun practically jumped in shock to see Mr. Young in flesh and bones. Mr. Young casually mentioned his father's direct orders to escort him straight back to him. Meanwhile, Ho-young yanked away Soo-young rather quickly. Meanwhile, Jong-chan called the underling's leader, yelling at the snob to wreck the task he had assigned him yesterday. He wanted those two idiots dragged here right now to face their punishment. No excuses. Yoon Dong-suk, the leader of Team Z at the Mirror Credit Bureau, had done a thorough check, and nobody had heard from them, tracking their known whereabouts. Dong-suk reached Seong's building. Their choice of an untraceable car was a testament to their staggering idiocy. To compound their failure, the vehicle was impounded at dawn. He was left to wonder where in the hell they would even regroup now. Like a human tempest, Young-chan erupts into the office of Young Dong-suk, demanding accountability for the disastrously failed mission. A chain-smoking subordinate notices this furious storm bursting through the door. But it takes him a beat to realize it's their own boss in a volcanic rage. Sheer terror grips him, his jaw hanging agape in utter disbelief. Desperately trying to remain calm, he reveals the crucial intel. Their leader had summoned the entire crew to assemble at Seong Apartments. That crucial piece of news struck him like a physical blow. A short while later, Dong-suk phones his superior to report the current situation. Jong-chan explodes like a primed grenade, his fury turning his blood to magma. He roars, demanding to know what insane game Dong-suk was playing now. Dong-suk confesses they are facing a monumental crisis. When pressed, he discloses that 2 of their men have completely vanished. They disappeared without a single trace or clue left behind. This shocking revelation momentarily douses Jong-chan's fiery rage, shifting his focus to the new, graver threat. He questions the significance of this particular location. Dong-suk elaborates, explaining a deeply unsettling aura surrounds the Seong apartment complex. He admits to already deploying his forces to investigate this anomaly. After a tense moment of consideration, Jong-chan authorizes the mission to proceed. With the final approval given, they are ready to commence the assault. Advancing cautiously, Dong-suk conducts a roll call of his assembled thugs, confirming that all units are in their designated positions. With a silent, grim nod, they begin their infiltration. In mere moments, they converge at the entrance of the Song apartments, surging inside to confront the mysterious presence lurking within. The entire stairwell is a sea of menacing figures clad in black, while their commanders stand apart, garbed in white. He nonchalantly takes a drag from his cigarette, the picture of arrogance. After one final, deliberate exhale of smoke, he gives the silent command for his subordinate to advance. Without a moment's hesitation, the henchman demolishes the door and charges forward at maximum velocity. He observes his legion of thugs clearing out the stairwell, storming the rooftop unit to reclaim what they believe is theirs. Dong-suk, likely convinced that sheer numbers will overwhelm whatever lies inside, savors another puff of smoke in a now empty space. Once the sounds of battle have erupted, he leisurely ascends the stairs to witness the carnage himself. A series of sickening thuds echo through the stairwell, punctuating each step he takes toward the rooftop battlefield. Abruptly, a terrifying silence descends upon the rooftop, the calm before the coming storm. Despite the ominous quiet, Dong-su foolishly assumes that this was all just a massive overreaction. Then, his minion is violently hurled into a nearby corner, so suddenly that single devastating blow had caved his skull in completely. Witnessing such a gruesome display of power, Dong-su's eyes practically leap from their sockets in sheer horror. Quaking with dread, the man tries to swallow the terror rising in his throat. But the chilling fear is simply too much for him. He cannot possibly comprehend the monstrous scene unfolding before him. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerges, facing Dong-suk directly, who is now trembling uncontrollably from absolute fear. It becomes clear that even the doorway is too small for Seong's immense frame. The creature's overwhelming aura completely shatters Dong-suk's composure, causing him to stumble and lose his balance immediately. His heart pounds against his ribs as he lets out a terrified scream, demanding to know the identity of this monstrous being, Seong. But the mere sight of him short-circuits Dong-suk's mind. He unleashes a primal scream, a desperate plea for assistance. However, no help is coming for him here. Seong's fist becomes a blur, delivering a brutal impact straight into his face, sending him sprawling to the unforgiving pavement. Shortly after, the police get a civilian report about piercing screams and a mob of thugs invading an apartment building. The old woman on the 3rd floor swears she saw everything and couldn't sleep away. As the authorities prepare to investigate the disturbance, they question why a call wasn't made sooner when the chaos was at its peak. Regardless, they're grateful for the information. A delayed report is far better than none. Ascending the stairs, they find a rooftop door hanging open, its lock completely shattered. The scene instantly elevates the sense of imminent danger. Proceeding directly to the objective, they knock loudly, announcing their official presence. But the very instant they cross the threshold, their minds completely fail to process the scene, because piled high on the roof is a literal mountain of bodies, and standing before this carnage is a towering, muscular behemoth. Without a moment's hesitation, They draw their firearms, hands trembling like leaves in a hurricane. A massive commotion now surrounds Seong's apartment building, with police forces completely swarming the area. A team of paramedics rushes upstairs carrying empty gurneys, only to return moments later with stretchers heavy with broken men. Jong Chan, who is Chong Soo's uncle, terrified of appearing as a complete failure in his nephew's estimation, has just witnessed his entire crew get savagely dismantled. Peering from his car window, he frantically searches for any explanation, and it is then that his gaze falls upon the widespread devastation. Seeing all those bodies beaten into unrecognizable shapes, Jong Chan's eyes bulge as if they'll pop from his skull. Sweating profusely, the man has never witnessed such a horrifying bloodbath. Meanwhile, the authorities are detaining Sung for interrogation, requesting his official resident registration number. But this mountain of muscle has no idea what that is. The officer informs him bluntly that repeating his ignorance won't help. Taking a steadying breath, Sung musters his courage and reveals the truth. In a single rush of words, he declares he will be turning 18 this year. That is precisely why he lacks a resident registration number. The moment these words escape his lips, the officer's expression contorts with utter bewilderment. He listens intently as Sung finally states his complete name. Tae-seo. Back when he was in 7th grade, he was forced to drop out of New Kwang Middle School. But the reason for his departure is not something he can easily articulate. He bites down on his lip, struggling to contain the visible pain. The interrogating officer is completely caught off guard by this revelation. Simultaneously, another officer urgently reports to his superior, confirming that this young man is indeed Taeyong. The other officers recommend they disengage from the situation. Presenting this chaotic mess to the chief will be a difficult task, especially when it involves an 18-year-old kid who single-handedly annihilated an entire squad of hardened thugs. But the truly unbelievable part is the individual in question is nearly 2 meters tall, and he's named Taeyong. The chief can only let out a weary sigh. He states that even if he had stabbed them or snapped all their limbs, the perpetrator is still considered a legal minor. Furthermore, the entire incident occurred within his own residence. The reporting officer is incredulous that the chief won't hold him responsible, simply because of his official status as a minor. Spelling it out for the simpletons present, the chief declares that this is now open season for journalists to start investigating. If a situation spirals out of control without any delay, he instructs the other 2 officers to conclude this matter swiftly. Amid the aftermath of the carnage that transpired here, which has effectively stained the walls a deep shade of crimson, the lead officer terminates the call, his face a mask of utter disgust. And with that simple command, he orders a full withdrawal from the scene. No further investigation, no cleanup crew. He is simply finished with it, and so they depart abruptly, leaving Seong standing amidst the wreckage, utterly bewildered. After the chaotic ordeal, Seong calls his Aunt Hyunjin back. He finally agrees to her previous offer to come live in the States. A faint smile touches his lips as his aunt's voice brightens with equal joy, absolutely ecstatic at the prospect. She proposes discussing it with his uncle to arrange a travel itinerary. But Seong immediately dismisses that idea. There's no need for that at this time. He instead speaks of embarking on a year-long journey first. He feels a deep need to see the country while he still possesses his youth, since traveling internationally would be somewhat perilous for a minor like himself. But Hyunjin raises the topic of his formal education, concerned that this year-long sabbatical might delay it even more. He must return to his studies in the near future. That singular thought fills him with immense frustration. Clutching his massive blade tightly, he cannot escape the overwhelming sensation of being caged for far too long. He yearns for the freedom to simply breathe. Only then can he plan his future actions. Seong's decision is made, and he informs her the house is going to be vacant for quite some time, and he will be largely unreachable during this period. Despite this, Hyunjin expresses her hope that they can maintain some contact. Therefore, Seong must take this period of absence for himself. Junhyuk contacts Chong Soo, his voice laced with irritation, demanding to know the reason for the extensive delay. 2 full days have passed, and he has received no updates. Chong Soo clarifies that he attempted to contact his men, but none have responded. Enraged, Junhyuk sarcastically expresses his gratitude for being forced to tolerate Soo Yun's arrogant demeanor. Once again, utterly infuriated, he bellows that Chong Soo remains incapable of following simple instructions, just as he was back in middle school. Equally incensed, Changsu hurls his phone aside in frustration. At that exact moment, Suho calls him. He relays the message that Sahayan requires him to deliver photographic evidence of Su-young's current location. Subsequently, Changsu provides a briefing to Sahayan and the rest of the group about Su-young's rooftop sanctuary. However, there's still no visual confirmations of it. Sahayan commands Suho to forward all intel to Ryohai's operatives in Korea. He is determined to leave no unfinished business this time. He flatly refuses to relive the 2 years of torment they have already endured. Changing the subject abruptly, Soo-yun mentions Jun Hyuk's comment about playing with their new toy and insists on a clear explanation. Completely oblivious, Chang-soo feigns ignorance about the matter. In the meantime, Suho confidently assures them that the target will be apprehended within the hour. Sahayan replies with a bone-chillingly cold smile. Soon after, a new squadron of men clad in black appears. This time, they're seasoned professionals prepared to settle the score with Seong. The final hunt begins. The operation to eliminate Seong has now officially commenced. It is led by Baldy, who is coordinating this mission with his monstrously large partner. With all elements in place, the mission is now fully underway. Without any further delay, this swarm of merciless and powerful brutes ascends to the rooftop and obliterates the door. This formidable pair makes their entrance, as if they were competing in a high-stakes fashion competition. Just then, Baldy cautions Kenna to never drop his guard, even if their intended target is not yet 18 years old, especially after observing the walls, which are practically adorned with the blood of the previous thugs. Cracking their knuckles, they're preparing for the ultimate confrontation, and the stage is set for a battle where only one side will be left standing. Baldy prepares to make the initial move in this engagement, ready to initiate the violence. But Kenta places a hand on his shoulder. He indicates the deeply unsettling presence emanating from behind the bloody door. For the first time, he speaks actual words, informing Baldy that a true monster resides within those walls. The bald man is shocked to see Kenta exhibiting such an extreme level of caution, having not even seen the target yet. He speculates that their target is protected, a savage animal with a vicious tendency to rip things to shreds. But the silence in this place is deafeningly profound. Kenna is convinced that whatever it is something of immense power. Well, he has to trust his partner's instincts. They plan to approach this operation with extreme care. Just then, the partners in crime strike their intimidating combat stances. They are fully prepared for the imminent, brutal clash. But before the bald man has the opportunity to kick the door in, like a pale imitation of a martial arts legend, Seong's raw power elevates the situation to a new dimension. He effectively launches the door directly into the bald man's face, and it smashes into the wall with incredible force. The resulting sound is like a giant insect being utterly crushed. Observing this act of extreme brutality, Kenna lets out a low, guttural growl. His fury surges. This turn of events deeply infuriates him. He then locks eyes with Seong, the muscular leviathan, signaling a contest of pure, raw power. As Kenta the behemoth unleashes a charge like a raging gorilla, he throws a devastating punch aimed directly at Seong's skull. But Seong doesn't so much as blink. In that precise moment, Kenna understands that his life is forfeit because Seong is not human. Wasting no time, Seong unleashes a vicious counterattack, likely giving Kenta's facial structure a lesson in utter annihilation. With that, Kenna is violently thrown to the hard ground, and his face is nearly flattened against the cold, hard floor. Meanwhile, the bald man recovers his senses, but witnessing Kenta's savage defeat, and Soo-young's ferocious aura fills him with absolute terror. In a meeting with Soo-young's faction, Soo-young demands to know Takashi's justification for abandoning his elite warriors and allowing them to proceed on their own. He explains that there is no reason to supervise such apex predators, who are considered the absolute best of the best. That is Japan's own Samdo syndicate, the Mizrai division. Takashi gives his assurance that there is no cause for alarm at this time. Sahayan anticipates the outcome just as Takashi's phone begins to ring. Takashi answers, warning the bald man not to call without a valid reason. But Seung's voice interrupts the conversation, expressing his excitement about Japan's participation. Kenta's chest is being crushed beneath Seung's massive foot. His agonized screams reaching Takashi with perfect clarity. Shocked to his very core, he stammers upon hearing Kenta's desperate plea for help. Then, Seung increases the pressure of his grip, demanding their current coordinates. But Takashi abruptly ends the call. He seizes the beaten Baldy, giving him a 5-minute ultimatum to drive them there. And the terrified, bald driver has no alternative but to obey his command. In an instant, Seung tears the roof off the van, making some last-second adjustments to the vehicle. Afterward, the muscular monster throws Kenta's broken body inside, and he then climbs in, ordering the bald driver to accelerate. Meanwhile, Takashi has not yet relayed the bad news to Sahayan's group, as he has not been able to recover from the shock himself. He then instructs the younger members to gather their things and evacuate, as the operation has turned into a catastrophic failure. Therefore, they should retreat to a safe location. When questioned, Takashi refuses to answer any inquiries until they are secure. This greatly irritates Suyun, who is already quite annoyed with these incompetent fools, their difficulty in capturing a single young man. And now a lecture from this man is grating on his nerves. An abrupt sound of a vehicle screeching to a halt. Takashi is panicking, confirming that their pursuer has already arrived. The bald driver struggles to keep the dilapidated vehicle under control as it skids violently down the road. Meanwhile, the onlookers' jaws are on the floor, witnessing a beat-up van transporting an incredibly handsome man, which they assume must be for a major movie production, screeching to a sudden halt. The muscular giant exits the vehicle with an air of complete indifference. He is singularly focused on his mission to destroy his targets, but the crowd is flashing their cameras, as if he were a movie star on the verge of becoming a viral sensation. He asks Baldy for the floor number, which Baldy informs him is the 8th floor. Then Sung orders the man to show him the way. As he shivers, this waking nightmare is far from over for him. The enormous sword convinces the crowd that this is indeed a film production, perhaps at the new Captain Otaku movie being filmed. But then the back of the car gives way, revealing Kenta's horrifically mangled face, which is the latest masterpiece created by Seung. A wave of cold dread washes over the crowd before they erupt into horrified screams. The terrified screams reverberate throughout the building, sending a shiver of fear down Sahayan's spine. The situation is about to escalate dramatically. Sahayan's nerves are on edge as he wonders about the source of the screams. But Takashi quickly redirects their focus, listing 3 potential stairwells that offer a safe and rapid escape route. Sujung asks Sahayan which path they should take to ensure their safety. This question sparks an idea in his mind, a potentially better strategy, one that could, even though Sahayan has no idea who is pursuing them, he is absolutely certain that this threat is either waiting for them downstairs or is currently ascending one of the stairways. If that is the case, he informs the others that they must separate. This suggestion sends a shockwave of panic through the rest of the group, while Changsu argues for staying together as a group, believing it offers a greater chance of survival. He insists that Takashi could effectively protect them if they are forced into a confrontation. However, Sahayan explains to the simpleton that any survivor can summon reinforcements or the authorities much more quickly. That logic does seem to make some sense to Changsu, but he remains uncertain about who will have the worst luck today. Suddenly, Sujung rushes towards Sahayan, clutching his arms and demanding to accompany him. Without wasting any more time, Sahayan rapidly issues orders. Suho is to use the rear staircase, while Changsu is assigned to the alternate escape route. Meanwhile, he instructs Takashi to follow their group, as they all sprint toward their assigned escape routes. It is unknown which of them is about to meet their demise. Changsu clenches his jaw, furious at how the situation has unfolded, and how those degenerates always manage to betray him. In the meantime, Seung, the unstoppable force of nature, has already selected the stairway that will lead him to his primary targets. As he progresses, Changsu is clearly on the verge of soiling himself, dreading the moment he might encounter this monster. He wonders why that idiot didn't agree to the idea of staying together, just for safety. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he sprints down the stairs at top speed, until an ominous presence brings him to a sudden halt. In the next stairwell, Sahayan and Sujung are following Takashi closely, as Sahayan supports Takashi while holding a firearm. Soon, the trio successfully reaches the exit, but the shadow of a figure startles them for a moment, until a pair of police officers aim their weapons at them. Exhaling a loud sigh of relief, they regain their composure, having narrowly escaped a fatal encounter. On the other hand, Changsu had a momentary blackout upon witnessing Seong's immense power and size, which made him appear almost supernatural. Seong attempts to rouse the dazed man by calling out his name, and then Changsu's eyes snap open. The man is completely disoriented, but another look at Seong causes his eyes to widen in sheer disbelief. Barely able to compose himself, he wonders who in the hell this person could be. Suddenly, a horrifying noise emanates from behind him, so Changsu musters the courage to look back, only to be met with the sight of Baldy's destroyed face. That image sends a terrifying chill racing down his spine. Getting straight to the point, Seong asks Changsu if they should begin. He is aware that this man has completely forgotten him, but Seong guarantees that he will remember him for the rest of his life. Outside, a pair of helicopters and numerous vehicles are blocking the escape route for the attacker, ensuring no exit is left unguarded. Without any further delay, using a megaphone, they shout their demands loudly. Having no knowledge of who is inside with malicious intent, they are desperate to understand Seong's true motives, but he instead addresses Changsu directly. Changsu has no idea how he could know his name. That is when this muscular giant reveals his true identity, Taeyong. And now, Changsu is in a world of trouble, dropping this massive bombshell on the terrified man. Changsu's jaw practically detaches from his skull, reflecting on the past. This bully doesn't remember Taeyong having such a formidable appearance, but his simple confession of being Taeyong in the flesh certainly brings back memories of the times he brutalized the young kid. For those horrific acts, the coming retribution will be fatal for this man, whose expression is as if he's seen a vengeful spirit. Below, the lead officer issues orders to investigate Taeyong's background. He commands them to contact the hospital where the students were transferred and inquire if this name is familiar to them. Meanwhile, Changsu still cannot believe his eyes, as he never anticipated this. Once known as a scrawny weakling, Taeyong now stands as a colossal, muscle-bound behemoth. This realization fills him with dread. One thing is certain. He bears no resemblance to the small boy he remembers. Getting to the heart of the matter, Seong breaks the tense silence. He states that his parents, Tak Changsu and Go Hyunjin, immolated themselves in front of Gwanghwa Mun 3 years prior. The moment he utters these words, the entire crowd below is plunged into a shocked silence. Their mouths are agape, eyes wide with astonishment, as the memory of that tragic event floods back to them. The entire media contingent is not about to let this sensational story slip by. Even the officer with the megaphone appears to be at a loss for words, as his massive blade inches closer to Changsu's throat. He flinches, likely moments away from losing control of his bladder. Tears begin to stream down his terrified face. Changsu attempts to shout something, but the overwhelming fear of death transforms his words into pathetic sobs. It turns out, a small nick from a massive blade was enough to scare the life out of Changsu. Just now, Seong repurposes his blade to be the instrument of judgment, prepared to mete out punishment for Changsu's past transgressions. This completely shatters his composure, causing him to cry out for his parents. The pathetic sight of his weeping fills Seong with disgust. He informs this coward that his parents burned themselves to death to capture the public's attention. Without pausing, he makes a bold declaration that from this day forward, he vows to make everyone responsible for his parents' deaths pay with their own lives. Unleashing his boundless rage, Seong practically descends into madness as his fury reaches its peak. A short time later, this entire event is being broadcast live across the nation. It flashes as breaking news, a hostage crisis near Samsung Station, with police negotiating the captor's demands. The media reports the breaking story, revealing that the captor is the son of the couple who immolated themselves 3 years ago. A young boy who was merely a middle school student at the time. Despite the immense size of this giant, no one can fathom that it's just a teenager seeking vengeance. That physique does not belong to a mere boy. Or perhaps he is an imposter. The lead officer demands a thorough investigation into his identity, his place of birth, and any and all connections to him. But deep inside, he has a very bad premonition. Among the hostages is the son of Chairman Kim Sang-pil, the proprietor of Aegis Security, the most prominent security firm in the country, even entrusted with the protection of the president. However, the truth is, Aegis Security functions as a powerful criminal organization with influence that extends throughout the nation. The son of Chairman Kim Sang-pil was one of the perpetrators in the teenage assault case 3 years ago. And if the person holding the hostages is genuinely Tak Seo-young, then they are in grave danger. Time is of the essence, and the lead officer intends to inquire about Seo-young's demands. But Seo-young has finished negotiating. He is, however, keen to know what Sung requires from him. He blurts out that there is nothing they can offer him. Sung asserts that he has appeared here solely to make a public declaration. A chill runs down their collective spines. They are captivated, wondering what Sung has in store. Without wasting another precious second, he recites the names: Lee Soo-hyun, Jong Soo-young, Kim Jun-hyuk, Kim Eugene, Lee Soo-ho, Young Da-hoon, Nam Hee-woon, and finally, Kim Chong-soo. He then proclaims that this list of individuals will meet their end, and their parents' deaths are also on his hands. All of the powerful figures are watching this broadcast live, but that does not quench Sung's thirst for vengeance, as he also plans to eliminate their siblings. Now, the situation is spiraling out of control. The entire crowd below appears to be shocked to their very core. He challenges them to involve the army or the police in this conflict, but nothing can save them from their predetermined fate. Their deaths have been sealed by his own hand. Regardless of the circumstances, if they are unable to capture him, or worse, if they dare to obstruct his path, he will not hesitate to kill them. Chong-soo finally finds his voice, threatening Seong that if his father learns of this, he is destined to live a miserable existence like a cockroach. As Seong trembles slightly, Chong-soo believes he is the same pathetic weakling from the past, but Seong's swift movement terrifies the life out of him. Wasting no time, Seong proclaims this to be a formal declaration of war. With a single, fluid motion of his blade, he decapitates Chong-soo, sending his head tumbling to the ground like a discarded toy. In a state of panicked frenzy, the people below witness the horrific scene, only to be left paralyzed with fear. Seong embeds his massive blade into the ground, standing like a truly terrifying figure. Nothing about his demeanor resembles a weakling. On the other side, the chairman of EJ Security and his subordinates are trembling with fury, unable to process what has just occurred. Watching the events unfold live on their tablet device, they have lost their son in a matter of seconds. Slamming the device shut with force, the chairman is resolved to make Sung regret the day he ever laid a finger on his son. Tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The devastated father of Chong-soo has had his spirit completely broken. Desperate for revenge under the crushing weight of losing his only child, unable to suppress the immense grief. Moving on, the 21st elected president is witnessing this horrifying spectacle. His expression becomes unervingly calm, and his mind is consumed by weighty considerations. But he wastes no time and dials the commissioner directly. Moments later, the commissioner answers the call, only to realize it is the highest authority himself, Lee Sung-bak, on the other end of the line. Thus, the president demands to know why Lee Sung-bak has not yet issued direct orders to eliminate this individual. Observing Seong's defiant stance, even the lead officer acknowledges that he is no match for this man. Otherwise, he would be turned into a human punching bag. Without any further delay, he issues orders, indicating they have a direct command to kill. A flood of urgent communications begins to pile up, all addressed to the lead officer, imploring him to take command of the ensuing situation. They're instructing the lead officer to manage what is about to transpire without any hesitation. There are currently 3 snipers positioned in this area, already aiming at the designated target. The kill order has been given, and the snipers are in their firing positions. 3 shots are available, but the lead officer is already taking control of the situation. Right on schedule, Special Forces teams storm the location, elevating the chaos to an entirely new level. The lead officer was not prepared for the involvement of the Special Forces. Surrounding the area, the Special Forces, fully equipped, assume their positions with much greater speed. This development somewhat irritates the police officer, while Seong observes the insects crawling on the ground in terror. Just as Seong is about to comment on the police presence, a sniper bullet tears through his skull in the blink of an eye. The entire crowd freezes, and time seems to stand still with eyes wide. And jaws agape, in a flash, it's all over. One flawless shot, and the menacing target has been neutralized. Wondering if it's really true, the sniper, needing to confirm the kill, zooms in for closer inspection, only to freeze in utter horror. Seong, like the embodiment of death itself, meets his gaze. He had deflected the bullet with his sword. The radio crackles with a message, informing the entire nation that Sniper 1 has failed spectacularly in his attempt to kill this man. Instantly, the female officer feels the pressure of the orders from her superiors, who are constantly demanding that he be taken down at any cost. He then snaps, directing his squad to open fire on Seong immediately. But just as they unleash a hail of bullets, Seong leaps from one rooftop to another, as if it were a simple stroll in the park. About to witness on this chaotic day, as a veritable army looked on at his defiant posture. Even the hardened elite soldiers were rendered utterly speechless. Soaring through the air, this terrifying behemoth of power put his colossal blade to devastating use, carving a path of destruction. With each leap, Seong relentlessly closed in, securing a new vantage point to continue his unstoppable advance. Touching down on the pavement with impossible grace, the police forces scrambled to intercept him, desperately trying to block off any potential escape route. Relaying the intel, every vehicle in the vicinity is alerted and begins to track his movement. As the squad cars converge upon his position, with the chaos reaching a fever pitch, Seong shows no hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he proclaims that any who dare obstruct his path of vengeance will be unceremoniously swept aside like mere dust. Then, Seong lets out a primal roar as the vehicles bear down on it. Seong delivers a monstrous impact against the incoming cars, sending them careening wildly off their intended course. Gripping the hilt of his massive sword, he wrenches it free at the most opportune moment, only to bring it crashing down upon the vehicle. Another car smashes into it, creating a sandwich of twisted metal. The collision ignites a massive, fiery explosion, catching every single person off guard. But what is far more astonishing is the sight of Seong emerging from the heart of the fiery inferno, completely untouched, as if the flames dared not harm him. That godlike presence alone is enough to petrify any mortal soul. However, the truly mind-shattering sight for all witnesses is Seong's nonchalant stroll through the raging hellfire. After the devastating car crash, the lead officer's eyes are wide with utter disbelief, as it becomes apparent he cannot even begin to comprehend what manner of creature Seong truly is, questioning if he is even a human being at all. A mixture of frustration and fear grips the man as he grits his teeth, having absolutely no idea how to deal with this living nightmare. He commands the special forces to assume their positions, because they must attempt something to regain control of this insane situation. Without delay, he bellows out the urgent commands, but Seong is utterly unfazed by their efforts. Just as another volley of gunfire screams toward him, Seong leaps into the air and vanishes in the blink of an eye. This act is enough to enrage the lead officer squad, who have no idea where their target has disappeared to. Then, an icy presence behind them catches them by surprise. Evidently, they have been completely surrounded by the special forces, who now have their weapons trained directly on Seong. With him successfully cornered, the lead officer signals the snipers to begin their attack, excluding Sniper 1 from this attempt. He orders Sniper 2 to land a direct hit. Without a moment's hesitation, Sniper 2 acquires the perfect shot, and with that, the target has been acquired. All that remains is to punch a hole through that muscular giant, and that would conclude the day's events. Just like that, Sniper 2 unleashes a devastating shot, one powerful enough to pierce clean through any normal man's skull. However, this is no ordinary human being to be felled by a sniper's insignificant little bullet. The projectile was mere moments from piercing Seong's eye, a deadly gift delivered from high above. The man's reflexes are supernatural as he deftly evades the bullet, using his sword to deflect the bullet's deadly trajectory. In an instant, he demonstrates his complete indifference. But he hears the foolish soldiers are not abandoning their death wish, completely losing it. The lead officer screams at his men to restrain this raging beast, using any and all force required, while Seong remains utterly unmoved, aiming their weapons at the monster. They're trying desperately to subdue this unstoppable force, but fate is clearly not on their side today. Standing tall, Seong brandishes his colossal sword, and the special forces unleash a unified hailstorm of bullets. At the eruption of gunfire, the muscular giant swings once. A single blinding strike unleashes a devastating shockwave. The concussive force obliterates their formation in an instant. It hurls them backwards as if they were nothing but weightless dolls. Scores of men are slammed violently into the unforgiving pavement as the media manages to capture every horrifying moment unfolding here. Even the reporters and their cameramen are shocked to their very core, witnessing such overwhelming power emanate from this single being. There is not one person here who possesses even a remote chance of landing a blow on him. Letting out a terrified, guttural scream, the cameraman is shaken to his very soul, trembling uncontrollably, but he captured the entire spectacle. A lone man, armed with a gigantic sword, is systematically dismantling the area as if it were his personal playground. The situation is about to get much worse. The members of the press flee for their very lives as one of their cameras falls and shatters into pieces. Even so, the entire event is being recorded and broadcast for all to see, bearing witness to this absolute terror. Soo-yoon looks to be losing his composure in the safety of his own home. Beside him, Soo-young, huddled in a blanket, shivers as if the temperature had dropped to absolute zero. Her mind had become a maelstrom of pure dread, endlessly replaying Seong's vow of brutal retribution. Not to mention, Sahayan's thoughts were consumed by Seong's violent promise to kill their parents and their siblings as well. From that point on, things were about to become far more interesting. After orchestrating this scene of utter chaos, this man grabs Kyungman in a chokehold, demanding to know what he revealed to the hostage-taker. Without a moment of hesitation, Sarge screams with raw fury for the man to confess. Earlier, when confronting Seong alone, Kyungman had been completely terrified, and his fight-or-flight response had short-circuited entirely. In an instant, this man reveals everything, admitting that Seong asked for the location of the kids, who had escaped the building just moments before. As horrifying as it is, this man bluntly tells the truth, divulging the name of the hospital. His blood boiling over, Sarge lands a vicious punch to his face. After knocking the man unconscious, he quickly informs the hostage-taker, revealing his new target is the Shinjin University Hospital. So, he commands all units to converge there immediately, while Soo-yoon and Soo-young can only await their impending doom. Perched high above, Seong surveys the hospital building, prepared to finally claim his vengeance. Dominating the news cycle, the news anchor reports, the monstrous hostage-taker has executed a swift escape and has vanished from the scene after a chilling act of cold-blooded murder. He brutally decapitated Kim Chong-soo and then effortlessly shattered the entire police cordon, blasting straight through the police blockade. The newscaster states his current whereabouts remain a complete mystery. Drenched in a cold sweat, Sahayan grinds his teeth from a potent mix of rage and terror. Meanwhile, Sahayan's confident demeanor completely crumbles, reducing her to the state of a terrified child. Suddenly, the door bursts open, startling Sahayan out of his wits. He screams at the intruder, demanding to know who she is. From out of nowhere, 3 more individuals appear, identifying themselves as the Secret Service, here to provide an additional layer of personal protection. Some approach Soo-jung, while another offers to be Sahayan's personal escort. Without a single moment of delay, the Secret Service begins to escort the terrified children of the elite out of the Shinjin University Hospital. They proceed with extreme caution on their way out. Seong, from another rooftop, observes all the activity at the hospital. All of a sudden, this menacing beast steps into the open air, perhaps embracing a suicidal leap at this very moment. Meanwhile, inside the Shinjin Teaching Hospital, Sarge's frantic warnings echo in the ears of the Secret Service. The lead agent gestures a silent command, and the woman nods in acknowledgement, while Soo-yoon is on the verge of a complete panic attack. Little did they know, the muscular monster had them locked in his sights, and with a sound like rolling thunder, He made his entrance, catching them completely by surprise. Shattering the glass, Seung's hunger for retribution is all-consuming. No one could have anticipated this. Seung simply leaped like a predator and was now right outside the window they were passing by. The people inside were utterly terrified. Seung's murderous ambition had led him directly to them. Emerging from the shattered opening, this walking skyscraper of a man terrifies them beyond belief. Nobody had informed the higher-ups about just how terrifying their pursuer truly was. Not only that, but Seung's sheer muscularity completely dwarfs them, compounding their current state of utter shock. Other than that, Seung takes a moment to assess his surroundings and the obstacles before him. Just as Seung's eyes lock with Sahayan's, Sahayan flinches in terror, but his protector yanks him out of the line of fire. Time for a new strategy. She drags the kids toward the elevator on the far side, but not while Seung is watching. He roars that his parents never fled. So why should they? The horrific memories of his past and the hell he and his parents endured flash vividly in his mind. That is more than enough to fuel his engine of rage. As he remembers his parents' love for him was so powerful that they defied their own families for his well-being. The raging monster unleashes a deafening scream, capturing Lee Soo-yan's complete attention. That is enough to send shivers of ice down Soo-yan's spine, who then orders the hesitant guards to shoot the man. Even as they're drawing their weapons, Se-young delivers a bone-shattering punch to their faces. Even with their firearms drawn, they cannot prevent themselves from experiencing the raw power of Taeyong. He practically launches the bald man into the ceiling like a home run, tearing away anything that stands in his path. The rest of the agents now fully grasp the situation, training their weapons on Sung. They waste no more time and open fire on this monstrous being. While they are occupied, the evacuation team gets the elevator moving, but it is descending far too slowly. Just then, a man slides along the wall and nearly makes it to the elevator. However, his horrifying face of shattered bones is enough to scare the life out of anyone. His final, desperate attempt to save himself, but a timely attack from Seung obliterates what little remained of him. Seung almost makes it to the elevator, but the door slides shut just before he can enter. At the end of his rope, Seung is berating the incompetent guards for not calling for a helicopter and taking the elevator down instead of up. Then, a deafening impact echoes from the roof of the car. It confirms their worst fear. The Grim Reaper was not far behind. He was now attempting to tear his way into the elevator itself. This trio, along with what resembles a giant man-child, are trapped inside this metal coffin, awaiting their inevitable demise, unaware of what is transpiring on the other side of this elevator. As it turns out, this monstrous beast is preparing to pierce the elevator's ceiling and carve a direct path to them. The woman insists that the men get down immediately. That's when a muscular giant plunges his entire sword deep into the elevator without any warning. She quickly formulates the next plan. They must make a break for it. The very second the doors open, reaching the third floor, Seung is terrified to see how close to death this man is. Then they arrive at the second floor. But Seung is growing extremely impatient up there, so he begins a stabbing frenzy, as if to become the next great elevator killer. Incredibly, the trio manages to dodge every single attack, as if luck itself is on their side, at least for the time being. As they reach the first floor, the true chaos unfolds the moment the elevator doors part. So-hyun leaps out like a cat, taking a much-needed breath. The woman from the Secret Service follows close behind it, but Seung's sword impales the shoulder of Soo-jung's bodyguard. Witnessing this gruesome act, Soo-jung breaks free from her protector's grasp in sheer terror and leaps out of the elevator. Just then, the man in black rises to his feet like an undead zombie, using the last ounce of his strength. However, the elevator's ceiling collapses directly onto his face, crushing him like an insect. It appears as though a sudden cascade of debris fell upon the unfortunate man, as the woman takes hold of Soo-jung, gritting his teeth in fury. Soo-yin watches the muscular behemoth step out of the ruined elevator. Seeing him with his own eyes, his panic levels skyrocket. Just as this massive man emerges, he asks them why they are in such a rush. In the midst of their tense exchange, a jeep crashes through the wall, interrupting their reunion. The arrival of this third party throws everyone off balance. The car then screeches to a halt beside the two and slams directly into Seung. But The man's massive arm is more than enough to stop the insignificant jeep. The man barely even moves, and by that time, another vehicle makes a stylish entrance, exiting the car with flair. He takes in the terrified expressions of the children. So-hyun cannot believe that Mr. Yang has come all this way. Without missing a beat, he urges them to hurry and get inside the car. As the smoke dissipates, Se-young spots the coward's swift escape. Taking one look at him, panic takes root inside. So-hyun, wondering if they will ever escape this situation alive. Then Mr. Yang and Se-young's eyes meet, each one sizing up the other's formidable presence. He instructs his men to find an escape route, while he personally holds Se-young at bay, keeping him occupied. There is no time to waste, as this is their one and only chance. They try to convince Mr. Yang that there is still time for them all to make an escape, but he commands them to leave immediately. The jeep speeds away into the darkness, leaving Mr. Yang behind to confront whatever lies ahead. Now, all that remains is Mr. Yang and Se-young's unfinished business. Although he has no idea what just transpired, he intends to make this encounter brief, so he can continue his pursuit of vengeance as it was intended. Ignoring Mr. Yang, Se-young moves to chase after the fleeing jeep, but Mr. Yang fires several gunshots to regain his attention. Unfazed, Se-young glares at the old fool, who clearly did not appreciate the mercy he was shown just moments before. Breaking the silence, Mr. Yang is completely bewildered as to how a monster like him could have come into existence. However, if Se-young intends to hunt down those children, he'll have to get through Mr. Yang first. Drawing his weapon with practiced skill, Yang is prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Without any delay, Se-young wastes no time, charging directly at Yang, catching the old man completely by surprise. He never saw it coming. It's time to end Yang's heroic display. Se-young smashes his face with devastating force, shattering bone and sending him flying through the air. That single punch seals the fate of Mr. Yang, who was so talkative just a moment ago. Now, all that's left is to return his focus to his original course, cracking his neck, his eyes burning with infernal light. He turns back to complete what he has started. With an explosive burst of raw energy, Se-young launches himself high into the air, closing the distance between himself and the fleeing cowards. This muscular behemoth, along with his sword, soars through the air to intercept the children. Se-young's eyes are alight with pure rage. Closing in like an unstoppable storm, the trio panics. But escape now seems truly impossible, despite his superhuman leap, which looks more like a casual hop during a nightly stroll. Se-young has difficulty identifying the correct jeep in the sea of cars. So, the man decides to take a chance and slams down upon one. However, it turned out to be the incorrect vehicle after all. Meanwhile, the woman and Se-young are keeping a close watch on the events unfolding behind them. These individuals have chills of fear racing down their spines. The woman and Se-hyun can't help but flinch at the horrifying sight. The woman's nerves are frayed, thinking how far this has all gone. Furthermore, she ensures the driver, who is still in his right mind, reveals that they are very close to their destination. Therefore, he must be stopped, even if it requires sacrificing everything. She's prepared to let this man use any weapon at his disposal, which means even a grenade launcher is now an option. Without any delay, the man fires the grenade directly at someone. But it will take much more than that to bring this monster down. Maintaining their speed, they receive the signal to make their escape. Looking back, Se-hyun shows a glimmer of hope, believing that this might have actually worked. Unbeknownst to them, Se-young used the force of the grenade's explosion to propel himself from the car, ready to face them again. Slamming onto the front of the car, he effectively scares the life out of everyone inside, and Se-young lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. In an instant, Se-young slices through the roof of the jeep, tearing the shredded metal out of his way. This terrifying being is ready to deal with the cowards seated inside. Without any further delay, Se-young raises his colossal blade, prepared to bestow the great magic of sacrifice. That's them. This monster lifts his sword and is about to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, the woman yells at the driver to regain his senses and slam on the brakes. That quick maneuver throws Se-young completely off balance, sending him flying through the air like a missile. Using his sword to halt his momentum, Se-young glares at them with pure, unadulterated rage. After a safe landing, Se-young notices the special forces are all in position at the far end of the bridge, rolling smoke grenades towards Se-young's location. They catch him off guard. But this man leaps from the smoky cloud in mere seconds. And just like that, the muscular giant pulls off an incredible maneuver, lifting himself onto the bridge's underbelly, hanging upside down. His enraged gaze was now locked onto the special forces, a true obstacle. Commencing open fire, they unleash furious rounds of bullets at Sung, who leaps away from the danger in a blur of motion. Tossing them aside, caught completely off guard, Seung proclaims that anyone left with a will to live should heed his advice and leave this place immediately. He ensures they understand that at his hands, they will all know death. One of the soldiers in this unit tells Sung to be quiet. Meanwhile, the helicopters have now arrived at the scene, and the woman from the Secret Service gets Soo-jung and Sahayan to safety. Directly behind them, Seung is systematically destroying anyone or anything in his path, clearing away the obstructions. He spots the fleeing cowards boarding the helicopter. Just as Seung's eyes lock with Sahayan's, he contemplates throwing his blade, but refrains at the last moment. He admits to having different intentions for this particular pair, so he vows to let them marinate in their fear until the day he finally catches them. Panic erupts in the presidential residence as everyone scrambles to neutralize Tak Seung. Officials are desperately attempting to control the escalating situation, but events are quickly spiraling out of control. Moreover, reports have confirmed that Taeyong revealed his identity during the hostage situation. He is a mere 18 years old and was last spotted at Yongdong Bridge before vanishing completely. 3 years ago, he was the victim of a brutal assault by a group of teenagers, an incident that became a national headline. In that same year, his parents immolated themselves before Guanghua men in protest, an act that shocked the entire nation. After that, he vanished from all official records, and no one knows what became of him. Now, the authorities are struggling to anticipate his next action. They are searching for answers, but no one can predict where he is headed. Meanwhile, another urgent question still remains. Why is the president not present during such a critical national crisis? A formal investigation has been launched to uncover the complete truth behind this entire incident. Taeyong has a list of names seared into his memory. Lee Soo-hyun, Jong Soo-young, Kim Zoon-hee, Kim Joo-jin, Lee Soo-ho, Yoon Da-hoon, Nam Hee-won, and Kim Chong-soo. He has sworn to take each of their lives, and he also vows that their parents and siblings will suffer the exact same fate. Meanwhile, in a high-stakes emergency meeting, influential figures have convened, despite the absence of Kim Sang-pil, the chairman of Aegis, Lee Ju-yong, and the chairman of Shinjin Corporations. Insist on proceeding with the meeting without the president. The vice president, Jong Sung-chul, stresses the necessity of suppressing all related videos or keywords from circulating on the internet. Moreover, he implores Goodfield and Bluing Media to utilize every available method, including direct search engine censorship, to halt the spread of this sensitive information. Bluing Media's chairwoman, Oh Young-suk, prepares to implement this strategy. Completely blocking all information seems nearly impossible. While Goodfield possesses the ability to censor online content, Kim Jung-gu, the chairman of Goodfield, explains that the story has already gone viral across social media, especially on a platform known as Fence, and they have made repeated requests to their former rival, Nuri Orium, to remove the related content. But the situation has escalated beyond their control, to which Lee Joyong reminds them all that, regardless of whether Taeyong is captured or eliminated, they must devise a way to pacify the general public. Meanwhile, the officials are becoming increasingly agitated. Yoon Hyun-suk and Nam Kyung discuss how Taeyong displayed no fear, even when confronted with firearms. Reports have confirmed he even dodged sniper fire, making it evident that neutralizing him will be no simple task. So-hyun and Soo-young barely managed to escape with their lives, and now everyone is left wondering how they can possibly defeat someone who appears to be truly invincible. If bullets were truly ineffective, then why did he even bother dodging them, instead of simply absorbing the impacts head-on? Furthermore, the police were unable to control the situation, and now more powerful forces, such as soldiers and hired mercenaries, are prepared to intervene. Many are skeptical that Taeyong can escape this unscathed once the true military hardware is deployed, and capturing him alive is no longer a priority. Whether they deploy a trained assassin or an entire squadron of fighters, their sole objective is to eliminate him by any means necessary. Everyone feels a palpable tension, wondering who he will target first. Tak Sung-yeon walks through the solemn memorial park, and his body trembles as he nears the graves of his beloved parents, Tak Chong-soo and Ko Yoon-jin. Furthermore, he knows he should have come here immediately after regaining his freedom. He feels deep regret and kneels before them, apologizing for his tardiness. He begins to weep and whispers how deeply he has missed them. As he dries his tears, he assures them that they need not worry about him, and that he knows precisely what he must do. Meanwhile, police forces are arriving in massive numbers. Moreover, armed officers prepare themselves, ready for action. Taeyong, however, remains perfectly calm. He silently vows to his parents that they can rest and watch, because absolutely nothing will deter him now. Moreover, he refuses to forgive any of those responsible, and not a single one of them will be spared. He wants them to experience the very same despair and suffering he endured. The people who turned a deaf ear to his parents' pleas for justice will now be met with that very same silence, just as he lost his own parents. He intends to make their families feel the exact same agony. That is his final decision. The innocent child his parents once cherished no longer exists. He has left that part of himself behind forever. Suddenly, the authorities arrive in overwhelming force. The army completely surrounds him, demanding his immediate surrender. Loudspeakers blare commands for him to cease and desist. But Taeyong has no intention of complying. He wants this entire country to feel the terror and helplessness of having nowhere to turn for help. In his view, those who commit evil must face the repercussions, and he will be the instrument of that justice. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepare to open fire. A helicopter is circling in the sky above, when Tak draws his sword and strikes at the helicopter. But before they can react, he speaks. Taeyong begins to question them, asking why they would dare to desecrate his parents' final resting place. The soldiers pause for a brief moment, stunned by his unexpected words. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates through the area, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Confusion spreads rapidly among the armed forces as they struggle to comprehend what has just occurred. The helicopter plummets to the ground, and Taeyong swiftly moves toward the downed aircraft, surprising everyone present. The soldiers realize his intention and begin to fire upon him, but he is far too quick for them. Bullets fly in every direction, but he evades them all with ease. The scene devolves into utter chaos, as some officers are caught in the friendly fire, falling to the ground in agony and confusion. Subsequently, a message is received from headquarters. The commander listens intently and appears visibly shocked. The new order is clear. Tak Song is not to be killed. He is no longer just a criminal. The government now views him as a valuable asset to the country. The soldiers are stunned by this sudden reversal of orders. Despite all of their efforts, including bombing him, Tak Song remains completely unharmed. The soldiers are in a state of disbelief, wondering how they could possibly apprehend someone as dangerous as Taeyong. Meanwhile, a security director is being questioned about the extreme tactics that are being employed, and he cautions that using those weapons, combined with armor-piercing ammunition, could have dire consequences. However, the director is completely unconcerned. He points out that the chairman has just witnessed his own son's death on live television, and in such a state of blinding rage, he is not thinking with any rationality. To him, the only thing that matters now is brutal revenge. When someone voices concern about the situation escalating out of control, the director simply states that this is precisely what he anticipates. Aegis mercenaries and security forces from the Middle East have terminated their current contracts and are now en route back to Korea. Moreover, this sudden mobilization shocks everyone, leaving them to question if this is truly happening. Simultaneously, employees from Aegis's subsidiary companies, a force 20 times larger than before, are converging on Seoul from all corners of the country. The sheer scale of this operation raises concerns that the chairman is prepared to ignite an all-out war in the heart of the capital city solely to avenge the death of his son. Meanwhile, the armed forces are struggling to maintain a visual on Taeyong. Reports confirm that they have completely lost sight of him. When questioned about the status of Bravo Company, the answer is a terrifying one, because they have sustained extremely heavy casualties and are in urgent need of medical assistance. Reinforcements are currently awaiting further instructions. While the leadership decides on the next course of action, the commander demands that all Bravo troops, who are not in critical medical condition, be summoned immediately. He wants to hear directly why their elite special forces suffered such devastating losses, and how an entire tank platoon was completely annihilated while engaging in combat with a single civilian. Kim Jong-un wonders if Chang-Soo, the man he had secretly tasked with handling the situation, might have revealed his involvement before he died. Or perhaps Chang-Soo was simply unlucky, dying at the most inopportune moment. Either way, the timing of it all is making him paranoid. It makes him feel as though he might be the next target. Moreover, he curses Chang-Soo for his incompetence, even in death. Meanwhile, his phone begins to vibrate with an incoming call from Kim Eugene. Moreover, Kim Eugene is calling him because she demands to know why it took him so long to answer, to which he responds that he is only answering because it is her. She directly confronts Kim Jun-hyuk about his dark machinations, revealing her knowledge that he commanded Chang-Soo to eliminate Taekyung. The revelation hits him like a thunderbolt. He reels, wondering how she knew. Yujin swiftly exposes the truth. Chang-Soo never concealed his secrets from her. That absolute fool. He seethes internally, seething with rage that his command has been brought to light. Yet rather than retreat in defeat, he unleashes his fury, daring her to act on her threats. If she truly intends to reveal his scheme to Chang-Soo's entire clan, then so be it. Consumed by anger, he hurls venomous words at her. But Eugene remains completely unfazed by his outbursts. She calls him out for his arrogant defiance and warns Kim Jun-hyuk to choose his next words with extreme caution. He demands to know the true purpose behind her sudden contact. It is then she brings forth the name of Taeyong, implying she possesses the key to finally ending his rampage of chaos. Immediately, Jun-hyuk demands she explain her cryptic statement. How could they possibly halt this unstoppable force now? Eugene dismisses him as a lost cause and unearths a forgotten memory, a pivotal incident that ignited this entire inferno. At first, confusion clouds his mind, but then the memory crashes down. That fateful day, they cornered Seong. He had stood his ground, refusing to yield, even as their fists rained down upon him relentlessly. He had kept roaring in defiance, absorbing every brutal blow without shattering. Jun-hyuk remembers it all now. The boy they had scornfully dubbed their knight in shining armor, forever attempting to shield the weak and defenseless, no matter how grievously they battered his body. A report confirms Taeyong's presence near the Jeomdon mountain trail. Instantly, the soldiers converge, moving swiftly to their strike points. They are primed to attack, overconfident in their superior firepower. They are certain this assault will be the one to finally erase him. In an instant, a volley of gunfire erupts. For a fleeting second, they believe victory has been achieved. But then blood-curdling screams tear through the tranquil forest. A phantom entity is moving unseen among their formation. Bodies drop to the ground, one after another, far too fast for anyone to mount a defense. Sheer terror grips the soldiers as their target remains invisible. Cries of utter confusion echo as they scramble to find their phantom assailant. The entire operation has descended into absolute chaos. Taeyong is still out there, a predator, and he will not be taken down quietly. Simultaneously, across the nation, news channels broadcast a gruesome crime that transpired 2 days prior. Near Samsung Station, a hostage was savagely executed. Pundits are framing this as a brazen challenge to the nation's power. In response, police high command makes a vow. They will show no mercy to criminals who threaten the lives of civilians. While law enforcement establishes blockades on every major road, the desperate manhunt for Taeyong rages on. Analysts begin to dissect his tormented history, postulating that the loss of his parents in his youth fractured his psychological well-being. A youth counselor by the name of Lee Young-ok theorizes that his traumatic upbringing may have warped his ability to reason. Logically, the lingering question is why he endured 3 years of silence before striking. They wonder if his deep trauma led him to construct a false reality. To this point, psychiatrist Lee Bang-syak declares that Tak Sung-yong is a true psychopath. He suggests the past trauma has rendered him completely devoid of empathy for others. A different expert contends that regardless of his motives, the act of murder can never be justified. Instead of unleashing this wave of violence, he should have pursued justice through legal channels or relied on the people within his community for aid. Furthermore, some argue that law enforcement is not the sole party to blame, insisting the police require greater power to maintain the public safety. Panic mounts over the potential danger to innocent civilians. Others advocate for more lenient gun regulations, demanding harsher punishments for violent offenders to stop such horrific events from ever repeating. Meanwhile, social media platforms are ablaze with fervent debate over Taeyong. Online discussions track his metamorphosis from a tormented victim into a merciless angel of vengeance. Some speculate if his parents' tragic fate was merely the prologue, predicting his former bullies will be the next to fall. The public debates. Was his bloody crusade meticulously planned over 3 long years? Or was it society's own indifference that forged him into a monster? Amidst these intense and serious conversations, some users find morbid humor within the comment threads, treating this life-or-death struggle as mere spectacle. Then a bombshell drops. A gruesome video of Changsu's beheading has been unleashed upon the internet, spreading like wildfire through every social network. Hashtags are now linking the footage to Taeyong and the ongoing murder spree. Netizens react with a mixture of pure shock, visceral terror, and even twisted dark amusement. Some confess their morbid fascination, watching the clip on repeat, while others joke that his remaining targets won't be sleeping for weeks. Speculation runs rampant about the identities of the other 7 marked men, with users frantically sharing links to profiles for any available intel. Public opinion is fractured. Many are convinced the video is a clever fake, yet others contend that the numerous versions circulating online are undeniable proof of its authenticity. One observer notes that Taeyong's physical power is simply inhuman, likening him to a protagonist from a blockbuster action film. Some are even jesting that he must possess actual superpowers, and jokingly suggest leveling him up like a video game hero. The shocking footage begins to spread internationally, igniting a firestorm across the globe. Meanwhile, the police force delves deeper into their sprawling investigation. The elite Major Crimes Unit has successfully seized most of the evidence from Taeyong's residence and has commenced a thorough forensic analysis. Authorities are now desperately trying to ascertain if he maintained any communication with those living nearby, scouring for any new clues regarding his methods and potential allies. A dedicated team is currently interrogating residents in the vicinity in the hopes of unearthing a critical piece of intelligence. Investigators are also conducting a deep dive online, hunting for any digital breadcrumbs connected to Taeyong. From a moment the hostage crisis ignited 2 days ago, authorities began excavating his entire digital footprint. Given his self-imposed solitary existence, they were convinced they would uncover something in his past social media history. However, despite meticulously combing through his known accounts, they found no signs of any recent online engagement. To intensify their frustration, every piece of data older than 3 years has been systematically wiped clean. This leaves them with absolutely no digital evidence to pursue. Furthermore, the online search now seems entirely futile. An officer references a sighting from the previous day involving Taeyong. The report originated from Memorial Park, the final resting place of his parents. Yet, there has been complete radio silence from the military unit dispatched. In spite of their mission to apprehend him, there is no concrete evidence that they were ever successful. Another investigator speaks up, hesitating before revealing a deeply disturbing development. The entire team deployed to that location has vanished, and all contact is lost. The news leaves the room in stunned silence. How could a fully equipped unit just disappear without a single trace? The police reached out to Ground Operations Command seeking clarification, but were met with only an intentionally vague statement. The officers will be returned following the conclusion of an internal inquiry. The situation grows increasingly bizarre and nonsensical. Questions immediately surface about the actual target of this investigation. Instead of zeroing in on the fugitive Taeyong, the military's focus seems to be squarely on the very officers who were dispatched to the original scene. This development makes absolutely no logical sense. It leaves many investigators deeply frustrated and highly suspicious, with the military brass stonewalling any requests for information, citing ambiguous security protocols. A dark seed of doubt begins to take root. It feels like a massive cover-up. Some now fear the situation has spiraled far beyond anyone's control. In the aftermath, events take a truly unprecedented turn. Even though Tae-seung is a lone wolf with zero ties to any terrorist cells, the military is now forcefully inserting itself into this case. They are adamant about the necessity of a massive, sweeping operation. This sudden and aggressive takeover raises alarming questions about their clandestine objectives. At the same time, frantic calls continue to flood the lines. Reports are surfacing that Jong Soo-young's personal security detail has requested official protection for none other than Kim Jun-hyuk. Simultaneously, soldiers have formed a perimeter around Kim Yoo-jin's home. They assert they are operating under a direct mandate from ground operations and are ordering all local police units to stand down and withdraw. The military's encroachment is becoming increasingly audacious, just what is truly unfolding in the shadows of this operation. The authorities have now turned their attention to Tae-young's lineage and have located his aunt, a woman named Ko Hyun-jin. She is currently residing within the United States. She relocated there after a period of studying abroad and eventually gained American citizenship after her marriage. Officials have dispatched embassy agents to make contact with her, with a primary objective of persuading her to return to Korea. However, they're also prepared for the possibility that things may not go smoothly. If she proves to be uncooperative, they have a contingency protocol in place to escalate the situation. In Los Angeles, a forceful, insistent knock echoes from a doorway. The individuals standing outside identify themselves as representatives from the Korean embassy. The woman within, completely blindsided by this unexpected arrival, is slow to answer as she cautiously approaches the entrance. They demand that she grant them immediate entry. She counters, demanding to know the reason for their presence, but they deflect, again urging her to simply unbolt the door. When she continues to resist, they finally play their trump card. This is about her nephew, about Tae-young. Hyun-jin pauses, then reluctantly confirms that Tae-young is in fact her nephew. A wave of dread washes over her as she asks if something terrible has befallen him. The agents inform her that Tae-young is embroiled in a very serious matter, and once more, they press her to open the door. At last, she relents and the lock clicks open. But before she can process what is happening, a unit of heavily armed tactical officers materializes, barking orders at her. She can only stare in disbelief as the formidable SWAT team advances, creating an impenetrable cordon around them. Soo-yeon answers his phone, irritated. He demands to know what Hee-won could possibly want. With a voice trembling with fear, Hee-won reports that police units are positioned just outside his residence. He thinks this means he is secure. Then, he asks if Soo-hyun is also being properly protected. But Soo-hyun icily reminds him that his own father is not some low-level bureaucrat like Hee-won's is. Immediately realizing his blunder, Hee-won stammers that a corporation as powerful as Shinji must possess an incredibly robust security force, perhaps even their own elite special operations unit. Soo-yeon confirms this with supreme confidence, boasting that Tae-young wouldn't last a second if he dared to show his face. Following this, Hee-won laughs nervously and assumes that Soo-hyun must be safely locked down at his estate. But to his shock, Soo-hyun informs him that he is actually located in Yongsan. Hee-won is stunned to learn Soo-hyun is currently hiding in Yongsan. Soo-hyun clarifies that his father relocated him to the U.S. military installation there just last night, accompanied only by a skeleton security crew. He adds that Soo-ho is there with him too. Hee-won can only repeat the location, his mind reeling in disbelief. After a tense pause, Soo-hyun states unequivocally that even if Tae-young makes a move on his home, he'll find nothing but an empty shell. Hee-won reluctantly concedes that the garrison is likely a more secure refuge than his own house. But Soo-yeon scoffs, noting that access is hermetically sealed, a concept someone like Hee-won could never grasp. Hee-won awkwardly concurs and says that the garrison is unquestionably the most fortified location. Fed up, Soo-yeon commands him to cease his pathetic whining and terminates the call, declaring that their exchange has dragged on far too long. Hee-won desperately attempts to say something more, but the line goes dead, leaving him shaking uncontrollably. He whispers Suyang's name, consumed by raw terror. A wave of sheer panic crashes over Hewan. He begins to frantically beg for his own forgiveness. He swears that he was merely following instructions and had no other option. He desperately tries to pin the blame entirely on Suyun, betraying that Suyun is currently hiding at the Yongsan U.S. garrison, and that he was the mastermind behind it all. Shaking violently, he pleads again and again, swearing that he is truly repentant for his actions. His voice cracks with absolute fear. Then a voice cuts through. Seong speaks his name, and Hewan responds in an instant, praying for some small shred of mercy. But then Seong poses a question. What did Hewan and his cronies do when he begged them for salvation and pleaded with them for his very own life? Before he can utter a word, Seong severs the connection without a moment's pause, and a final, horrifying scream echoes into the void. Within the sterile walls of Chernin University Hospital, the rhythmic chime of medical equipment resounds. Physicians evaluate the catastrophic state of Yang Muyeo, a man more commonly known as Mr. Young. The damage to his body is catastrophic. His spine has been shattered. His entire rib cage is nothing short of obliterated, and his extremities are either fractured or violently dislocated. To make matters worse, severe internal hemorrhaging has compromised his condition. In the corridors of power, a critical resolution is reached. They will pursue the one who caused this. The master of Sangmo Hall has already departed from his dojo, most likely to exact revenge for what was done to his brother. Considering his volatile nature, it's a certainty that he would not stand idly by after this attack on his kin. Simultaneously, an inquiry is made regarding Hagak Hall. Its disciples have been ordered by their own grandmaster to remain vigilant and await their next command. The patriarch of Xinjiang, Li Joyong, places a call. After a considerable silence, he notes the recent turmoil has created many issues. However, this is no time to dwell on such personal grievances. The absolute top priority is now Mr. Yang, who sustained his grievous wounds while defending a reckless young heir. And yet, the act of shielding others was the core of Mr. Yang's sacred duty. Catastrophic injury was a constant, ever-present risk in his profession. Xinjiang's leader, Li Joyong, is consumed by sorrow and regret for the ordeal he's caused him. And what's more, Mr. Yang only accepted the duty of protecting the man's son due to an ancient pact, even though he undertook the mission with great reluctance. Now, he lies broken and battered because of that son's idiotic choices. Still, there is no point in assigning further blame. Miel ultimately made his own fateful decision. As a professional protector, he was fully aware of the dangers inherent to his role. The boy who is responsible for all this remains at large, but an entire army has been mobilized to hunt him down. Thus, it is merely a question of time before his capture. The old man reflects, looking inward. He recognizes a chillingly familiar dread from 2 decades ago. With this dark premonition, a choice is made to contact Zhang Yao, the formidable leader of the Changhua Hall, to request his potential assistance. At the Blue House, high-ranking officials convene to discuss the escalating crisis. The president demands a full situational update immediately. He is briefed that another one of Taeyong's intended targets, the son of Deputy Tax Commissioner Nam Ki-young, has been confirmed as deceased. Furthermore, the entire security contingent assigned to guard the victim, which included both police tactical units and military personnel, has been utterly and completely annihilated. Crime scene investigations are currently underway. In the meantime, TAC is confirmed to be moving towards Sejong, with authorities in hot pursuit. After processing this, the president issues a startling directive. Nam Ki-jung is to be taken into custody and isolated from all outside contact. This unexpected command leaves the commissioner utterly flabbergasted. The president then issues ironclad orders concerning Tak Seo Young. He declares that Tak can roam wherever he chooses, but all access roads must be sealed to prevent him from meeting anyone. He also demands a complete media blackout. Journalists are forbidden from capturing any photographic evidence, and if they succeed, their equipment is to be confiscated immediately. If they resist, they are to be detained on the spot. Some of the officials voice their deep concerns, but the president proclaims he will bear the full weight of responsibility. His inauguration ceremony is now just 2 days away, and he is resolute that the public remain ignorant of these events. He is confident that if television broadcasts are tightly controlled, the general populace will remain in the dark. He remains completely unconcerned about information spreading through the internet. The president holds the conviction that mass opinion is dictated by television, not the digital world, which he scoffs at as a mere forum for the youth to spout utter nonsense. He then pushes the commissioner to assume a more vital position, to secure the future of his new administration. And the commissioner wastes no time in pledging his unwavering obedience. At the same time, Taeyong becomes a spectacle in the bustling street, lacking any form of concealment. The public instantly identifies him, and chaos erupts. They scream his name, paralyzed by sheer terror. Despite the pandemonium, he remains eerily composed and boards the bus. News of the deputy's son's fate has already leaked out, despite the extensive measures taken to maintain its secrecy. A wave of apprehension spreads regarding Sahayan's security, but they are placated by the fact he has been moved to Yongsan. This specific fortress, deep within the U.S. Army garrison, was selected because the enemy they face is no mere mortal. A hotel located inside the base serves as his impenetrable sanctuary. Lee Joyong's brilliant foresight earns the admiration of his peers, as this was a truly inspired and unconventional solution. To infiltrate Sahayan into such a high-security zone and secure him with maximum protection would have been a monumental task, even for a man with the vast influence of Shin Jin's leader. Nevertheless, a question is raised as to whether this level of security was truly required, to which Lee Ju-young coolly replies that the entire area is a military fortress, and he merely assigned a few of his aides to accompany him, who can also serve as his personal protectors. Despite the full involvement of both police and military forces, the prime suspect was still allowed to slip through their fingers. The strategy now is to create a grand deception, even misleading their own assets, so the soldiers can function as sacrificial bait should the target reappear. On another front, one official even contemplates sending Su Young to the same location for safety. However, a different course of action is proposed by Lee Joyong. Relocate Su Jung to a private family compound, a place considered to be even more heavily fortified. While the logic of this plan is sound, there is some reluctance due to the impending inauguration, given the already volatile political climate. Attracting any more unwanted attention could make the crisis untenable. With this settled, one man agrees to transfer Su-young covertly, without alerting her security detail, guaranteeing that their prior efforts are not compromised. Lee Joyong then assures him the garrison command will be notified, and that her safety there is an absolute certainty, as it is a sovereign U.S. Army installation. No outsider will ever know what transpires within its walls. To further soothe any lingering doubts, a final contingency is unveiled. A helicopter is on standby, prepared to airlift the children from a base, directly to a private airfield. From that point, a personal jet is ready to whisk them out of the country if required. The sheer thoroughness of this plan leaves the other man deeply impressed. Lee Ju-young then recites a well-known proverb: "Never place your absolute faith in anything." This conjures up nostalgic recollections of their formative years, when that particular mantra was frequently echoed. Taeyong observes the police are creating a blockade for all other vehicles, yet they're allowing his specific bus to proceed unhindered. The driver begins to panic, desperately trying to flag down the officers, screaming that a wanted killer is on his bus. But the police remain completely unresponsive. TAC begins to wonder if they already know his final destination, or if this is all an elaborate scheme to ensnare him. Ultimately, it makes no difference to him. He knows that the ones who committed these atrocities and evaded justice are the truly guilty, along with anyone who shielded them or deliberately looked the other way. Taeyong is convinced that every single guilty party must face their judgment. It is the only path to true justice. Inside the U.S. military command, officials are debating the order to move Su-jung there for her protection. One high-ranking officer challenges the logic of this decision, stressing that she is already under a higher level of security than the nation's own prime minister. However, Agent Nam is adamant that the garrison is the only true safe haven, and he tasks her with personally overseeing the transfer. At that moment, TAC continues his relentless advance through the city. He has already passed Sejong Road and the iconic Chongai Plaza, while authorities maintain control over traffic flow at critical junctions, including the Sungnimun Gate and all routes towards Seoul Station. The authorities continue to manipulate the flow of traffic, clearing a path toward Iljiro while precisely tracking Taek-sung's trajectory. They theorize his route will take him toward either the Wonhyo Bridge or the Mapo Bridge, based on the location of his next target. Yoon Do-hoon, who is currently in Yangdongpo. As Taek navigates the five-way intersection, he proceeds in the direction of the Namdaemun police station. This confirms their suspicion that he is en route to the Mapo Bridge, or the Hangang Bridge. The officials know he is hunting Yoon Do-hoon, but they make the chilling decision to not intervene. One officer is horrified by this calculated inaction, but his superiors are determined to keep this explosive situation contained for just 2 more days, valuing their own positions over stopping TAC. Absolute chaos erupts. The news breaks that Taeyong has somehow breached the U.S. Army base. The officials are struggling to comprehend how a wanted fugitive could bypass such an impenetrable defense. Their initial theory is that he must have found a weakness to exploit, but the reality of the situation is far more terrifying. He didn't sneak his way through the perimeter. He simply demolished a section of the exterior wall and then strode onto the base without an ounce of fear. He then began to bellow the name, Lisa Hyan. The piercing wail of sirens forces them both to halt their conversation. Sujung pauses, a deep sense of foreboding washing over her. But her companion simply dismisses her anxieties, casually assuming it's nothing more than a standard security drill, and encourages her to keep moving forward. At the breach point, the soldiers hold their ground resolutely, their assault rifles all trained directly on Taeyong. They issue one final, desperate ultimatum, demanding he discard his weapon and capitulate immediately. Tak Sung-yeong observes their unwavering resolve. He understands that they have no desire to listen to his side of the story. His singular mission is to locate Lee Soo-hyun and Lee Soo-ho, and yet these men are obstructing his path as if he is the villain. The soldiers bellow their command once more. Tak Sung-yeong now realizes that no amount of logic will sway their minds. He contemplates the twisted world he finds himself in, where he is perpetually viewed as a monster, instead of them trying to comprehend his motivations. At last, Taeyong makes his move. The soldiers respond in kind, bracing themselves for the inevitable conflict. In an instant, a deafening impact resounds, and the very earth trembles from the force of it. One soldier, weapon raised, screams at his comrades, demanding they engage rather than just standing there frozen in fear. Following this, military vehicles roar to life, and TAC retaliates with his devastating blade, carving through the soldiers. The force of his landing creates a thunderous boom, a testament to his incredible raw power. Perched atop the vehicle, he grips his sword with lethal intent. The soldiers now know they are confronting a truly terrifying adversary. At CIA headquarters, agents are glued to a live intelligence feed, which is being broadcast directly to command and throughout the U.S. Riley has been tasked with documenting the events and maintaining a stable shot, ensuring that every single second of the conflict is preserved. The monitor shows a Tier 1 Special Forces unit, renowned for their unmatched combat prowess, being systematically dismantled in a matter of minutes by just one man of Asian descent. The brutal clash between these highly specialized soldiers and a lone combatant leaves every single observer completely stunned. Some of them had viewed the recorded footage before, but to see this unfold in real time feels utterly surreal. A senior analyst steps up, struggling to comprehend what he is witnessing. These soldiers were supposed to be the absolute pinnacle of combat, and yet they were defeated with such impossible ease. Meanwhile, another official at the forefront contemplates the broader implications. If a single individual can neutralize an entire elite military squad, then the viability of DARPA's Combat Android initiative is now in serious doubt. That program was designed to engineer hyper-lethal robotic soldiers, but its entire premise now seems utterly redundant. The soldier enhancement program is still light years away from its goals, with existing technologies only boosting human performance by 30%. This level of enhancement is nothing compared to the godlike power they have just seen with their own eyes. Recognizing the gravity of this event, an official declares his immediate departure for Korea. He tells the others they are free to accompany him if they so choose. He also issues a direct order for an immediate stand down, knowing that this target is far too precious to be destroyed, instead of terminating the threat. Their new prime directive is to capture and analyze him. Tak sees a massive enemy force assembled before him. Before his true targets can retreat any further, he knows he must punch through their defensive line. With this resolve, he surges forward, and abruptly, the soldiers cease fire and begin a tactical withdrawal. Thrown off, he questions why they are suddenly giving him a clear path. Something about this feels fundamentally wrong. The commissioner is reeling. He cannot process the information he is receiving. Taeyong has successfully infiltrated the U.S. Army garrison. He simply shattered the outer wall and walked right in. The police force had been maintaining a safe distance, following direct orders to de-escalate any direct confrontations, since they never anticipated him. To launch such a brazen assault, they had no chance to respond. A formal notice has been transmitted to U.S. Army Command, and they now await a reply. Nam Ho-jung takes an incoming call. The person on the other side frantically demands to know their location, to which she confirms. They are inside a hotel within the U.S. military installation, as per their instructions, and are with Lee Soo-hyun and Lee Soo-ho. The voice on the line suddenly barks at them to evacuate the area at once. But before the full directive can be relayed, the communication is abruptly severed. Something is terribly wrong. Nam Ho-jun knows this and quickly borrows a cellular device. Staring at the phone screen, a horrifying truth dawns on her. This device displays the exact same icon. The entire network has been completely disabled. The entire atmosphere of the situation feels strange. If the soldiers were merely conducting a tactical exercise, this entire scenario would be logical. Afterwards, Tak senses something is wrong, as they have not yet fully disengaged. But they aren't pressing their attack, either. It is impossible to discern their true intentions. None of it is relevant. Any soul who stands in his path will perish. That is the only certainty. Just before his arrival, there was a crucial phone call with Eugene. Soo-young had boasted of a method to halt this monster dead in its tracks. She even swore that he would approach them of his own volition and submit. After hearing this, Soo-hyun tells her that they're almost certainly referring to the target's aunt. His father has already dispatched an asset to resolve that issue. Besides, the aunt's existence is not a secret, as the intel was previously shared with his father. But when Eugene was informed of this, she merely scoffed. Jun-hyuk must possess some knowledge, since Eugene confides absolutely everything in him. He was as infuriating as he's always been, adamantly refusing to divulge any specific information. It's impossible they could have reached her before his father's people. After a moment, Sahayan asks Suho to retrieve some water from their vehicle, complaining that the local water has a foul odor and is unfit for consumption. Soo-jung also makes a request for a bottle, and Suho obliges, moving away from the group to fetch it. Immediately after, Nam Ho-young urgently tells Soo-jung to get back to their assigned room. Soo-jung responds with visible confusion, pointing out that Sahayan is still present with them. Nam Ho-young grips her arm firmly and whispers that she has a terrible feeling, and that they must move with utmost haste. They begin to walk in the opposite direction of their quarters, and then a piercing scream shatters the air, and they break into a desperate sprint. Inside a maximum security installation, a battle of impossible proportions is unfolding. Taeyong, a titan of raw physical power, stands with an unnerving calm as his foes stare at him in utter disbelief. He shows no fear, even though he is vastly outnumbered and outgunned. The highly trained soldiers attempt to neutralize him, but their efforts are completely useless. Their advanced weaponry and tactics are rendered impotent against his might. One of the soldiers comes to a terrifying conclusion. This man is not human. He is more powerful than any enemy they have ever been trained to fight. In the chaos, some soldiers fail to hear the ceasefire order. They open fire, but the powerful man evades every single round. In a final, desperate act, the soldiers trigger a massive detonation. He scrambles to flee, but a wave of frustration crashes over him. The horrifying truth dawns. Communications around the garrison were an impenetrable wall of silence, leaving them completely paralyzed and unable to intervene earlier. Sheer panic ignites as the garrison gates remain sealed shut, their desperate explanations falling on the deaf ears of the guards. Even a powerful name of Lieutenant Colonel Kessler proves utterly useless to them. Every desperate attempt to reach the man simply vanishes into the ether. A curse rips from Suyin's lips as he surges forward. Driven by desperation, Suyin's frantic cries for Sujung echo through the halls, his composure shattering with every unanswered shout. He throws open her door, bellowing her name into the void, only to be met with the cold realization that Zhang Sujung has vanished. In that moment, Taeyong appears, standing face to face with Suyin, who freezes, his mind reeling from shock and utter confusion. Tak's presence is an accusation, a chilling reminder of a terrible past. A ghost from 3 years ago rises from the grave of memory. Tak's voice echoes, a mocking apology for some trivial incident involving scattered papers. And then, Sahayan confesses that 2 individuals had become a thorn in his side, a confession that unleashed a storm of vicious bullying, with kicks and blows raining down. Pain exploded through Tak Seong's world, his consciousness barely clinging to reality. Sahayan's hand brutally forced his head up, demanding his attention. But the tormentor was far from finished. He needed his victim fully awake for this. "Do you recognize us?" Sahayan sneered, his voice dripping with malice. But Seong saw only strangers. He had never shared words with them, never even sat in the same classroom. Yet, they knew his name, a fact that only fueled their rage. His ignorance just twisted the knife deeper into their twisted pride. They were furious because Seong had once, somehow, stood in their path, a minor slight that had festered in their minds like a poisonous wound for years. As the nightmare of the past resurfaced, Seong knew he was ensnared in a deadly situation that was spiraling out of control. Confusion and shock warred within Tak Seong's mind, a chaotic storm. He couldn't fathom the reason for this brutal, unwarranted punishment. Suyun spat the accusation. He had dared to block their way in the school hallway. But Seong had absolutely no recollection of such a trivial event. The entire premise felt utterly insane to him. How could such a meaningless act justify this level of sadistic retribution? And so, this is why Tak stands here now, to unleash his vengeance on Sahayan for the senseless torment he endured in the past over nothing at all. Sahayan, consumed by defiant rage. This is a challenge at Tak's Suhyong, daring him to strike the final blow. He would not show a shred of fear, not even with death's cold embrace await. But Taeyong is a force of nature. He does not waver. He accepts the challenge with chilling calmness and begins his assault. And in that instant, Sahayan realizes his fatal error. His arrogant challenge had been accepted with deadly seriousness. In a desperate scramble for survival, he plays his final, wretched card. He screams that if he falls, a woman of great importance to Taeyong will also perish. Furthermore, Sahayan continues to howl at the warrior before him, goading him to deliver the fatal strike, attempting to twist the narrative. He tries to burden the fighter with the weight of his aunt's potential demise. He snarls that if she dies, the blood will be on his hands yet again, a second time. His poison words are crafted to both incite rage and sow crippling hesitation. From below, the soldiers on the ground floor cry out urgently to Mr. Tak. They deliver a grave message concerning the safety of his aunt, Gu Haiyun, the woman who now resides in Los Angeles. The soldier warns her very life is now in jeopardy. He implies that figures with immense power are pulling the strings. But then, Sahayan's face twists into a smirk, certain his father would have already made his move. He sneers that when vast sums of money are involved, even a mighty American nation and its armed forces can be bought. A shocking piece of intelligence is suddenly relayed. It seems the U.S. government itself has already intervened to guarantee Ko Hyunjin security. They have moved her and her entire family to a fortified, secure location. They are now under the full protection of the United States. This stunning development could completely shift the balance of power, rendering the man's vile threats utterly and completely hollow. The man lets out a sarcastic laugh, mocking the attempt to use family as leverage, a cheap, transparent ploy to manipulate a person's emotions. He dismisses it as a pathetic and utterly predictable maneuver, a strategy so incredibly basic. It's the kind of thing they teach absolute beginners in training manuals. Then, another critical piece of the puzzle slots into place. Among the terrified civilians evacuated from the besieged hotel are two individuals of the highest possible importance. A Korean Secret Service agent and the child of the nation's new president-elect. A commanding voice from on high demands to know if these high-value targets followed their explicit instructions. The answer that returns, however, is a defiant negative. Rather than following their orders, they are now demanding a helicopter for a secure extraction from the garrison. In the aftermath, one operative suggests simply stalling them, buying time. But another voice of reason cautions against any sort of rash action. Handling the president-elect's child would be a delicate, dangerous affair, especially with a highly trained government agent right by her side. One false move could instantly arouse their deepest suspicions, which could detonate this entire powder keg of a situation. The final order is given. They will comply with the request. They are to secure a helicopter and transport them to any location they desire. However, they are to be kept under constant, heavy surveillance. And this exact message must be relayed to them, word for word. The subordinate officer confirms the order with a sharp nod, assuring his superior that the command will be executed with perfect precision. Meanwhile, the commanding figure gives his assurance that their own forces will land in Korea long before the sun rises again. A voice cuts through the tension, calling out to Mr. Tak, delivering the news that the United States requires his presence. Tak Sung turns his cold gaze upon Soo-yeon, his voice laced with a chilling disappointment. He observes that things could have concluded swiftly, a quick end. But now, the path forward has twisted into something far more agonizing. And so, Mr. Take declares that he anticipated this pathetic display of defiance from Sahain. He was never the kind of man to cower in fear or feel a shred of remorse. Because of this insolence, his demise will not be a merciful one. It will be agonizing. A brutal punishment meticulously crafted to inflict the maximum possible suffering. A high-ranking military officer barks an order for the soldiers to stand down. But the wall of men before him remains completely, defiantly motionless. What's more, he roars at them, reminding them of his commanding rank, threatening severe repercussions for their insubordination. But still, they refuse to yield their ground. They state calmly that they are merely following orders from a higher authority. Enraged, the officer lashes out, slapping one of the soldiers across the face. Another soldier, with a steely gaze, steps forward, his voice a calm command for everyone to de-escalate the situation. He speaks with measured precision, suggesting that the captain must surely grasp the real reason why they are obstructing his path. Instead of wasting time clashing with his own men, he should be taking this matter up with the chain of command. Finally seeing the logic, his desperation mounting, the captain demands a communications device to reach his superiors. But he is curtly informed that the entire area is a communication dead zone. If he wishes to place a call, he will have to physically leave the secure perimeter. This revelation leaves him trapped in an impossible situation. The target, Nam Ki-jung, has now been successfully apprehended. He is being relocated to a secure suite in a nearby hotel. The explicit command is to treat him with respect and avoid agitating him. An important visitor is expected to arrive for him very soon. His personal security detail has been permitted to accompany him, and upon reaching the designated secure zone, he is to immediately establish contact with their command. Suddenly, an agent rushes in with an urgent call from Nam Ho-yeon, the head of the Secret Service. His voice is frantic, demanding to know about Soo-jung. The communication line is immediately patched through to her. Her father's voice, thick with anxiety, asks if his daughter is safe. Soo-jung's calm voice quickly reassures him that she is completely unharmed. She explains how they managed to execute a clean escape just in the nick of time, thanks to a critical warning about the impending enemy assault. Desperate to confirm her absolute protection, Nam Ho-jong demands to speak with Soo-jung's personal bodyguard. The security agent confirms that they are currently airborne in a helicopter and will be touching down shortly at the closest available helipad before proceeding directly to a prearranged government safe house. Nam Ho-jun then presses for information on So-hyun's status. However, he is given the grave news that when they fled the hotel, Lee So-hyun and Lee Soo-ho were both still trapped inside the building. This grimly implies that they are now in extreme mortal danger. It seems Tak Si-hyung's relentless focus on Lee So-hyun and Lee Soo-ho unwittingly created the perfect diversion for Soo-jung's successful escape. Nam Ho-jun expresses his deep regret for having to use them as sacrificial pawns, but he is quickly reassured that she performed admirably and should bear no guilt. This entire operation must remain cloaked in secrecy to prevent political fallout. If this story leaks, political adversaries will use it as a weapon against the new regime. She is instructed to hold onto this harsh reality if any guilt begins to surface. She offers her gratitude for his compassionate and understanding words. Elsewhere, Lee Joing is desperately trying to piece together the truth. His aide confirms with certainty that Jang Se-young did indeed enter the garrison. He witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. But still, his frustration boils over, as Jang Sung-chul is completely ignoring all his calls. What's more, he can't understand why Sung-chul is deliberately avoiding him. He wonders if the man is so blinded by his own ambition and power-hungry games that he has forgotten to care about his own daughter's life. Over at the Yongsan U.S. Army garrison, tensions are at a fever pitch. The local authorities are seething, feeling utterly helpless in this chaotic situation. A captain, already on edge, had prayed for just one peaceful, uneventful day, but is instead greeted with a new, horrifying report. And that's not all. The officers dispatched to Noryeongjin have made a gruesome discovery: 2 decapitated bodies, and it appears their main suspect, Tae-young, has once again vanished without a trace. The victims have been identified as 1 male and 1 female. They were discovered in the dark basement of a shopping mall currently under construction. Their grisly deaths were reported directly to the local police force, who wasted no time in dispatching a team of officers to the crime scene. A few journalists have caught whispers of this horrific incident, but as of now, the mainstream media has been strangely and completely silent. This eerie lack of coverage is, unfortunately, not a surprise. Even Tak Si-young's previous rampages, like the time he brutally executed Nam Hee-won, or when he single-handedly assaulted a U.S. military base, somehow never made the headlines. In a nation where the flow of information is tightly controlled by powerful forces, stories like these are swiftly and silently swept under the rug. The authorities make a shocking discovery. The 2 victims were fellow police officers from a nearby Dongjak police station precinct. They are quickly identified as officers Kim Yong-jin and Chai Yong-ji. They were discovered still wearing their uniforms, their police IDs on their persons, which made the identification process swift and undeniable. However, a perplexing new mystery now emerges. The station confirms a chilling and confusing fact. Neither of the deceased officers were assigned to patrol that specific area. There are absolutely no official records showing them being dispatched there. What's more, the 2 officers were not using a registered police vehicle, meaning they had completely abandoned their officially assigned patrol routes. When pressed about who discovered the bodies in the first place, the police disclosed that the crucial tip came from a completely anonymous caller. The medical examiner's estimated time of death is between 11 p.m. and the early morning hours, perhaps around 2 or 3 in the morning. And then the local officials begin to openly condemn the American military forces, blasting them for their utter failure to report that Tae-young had escaped their custody. Despite their arrogant claims of being a global military superpower, they couldn't even contain one single man who had brazenly walked into their base. Suddenly, another urgent report arrives. A man has just walked in and surrendered himself, claiming he possesses crucial information regarding the recent grisly murders. The weary authorities can only brace themselves, wondering what shocking new truths are about to be dragged into the light. A wave of sheer terror washes over the soldiers as they witness the unthinkable. One of the corpses, a body they all presume to be lifeless, suddenly begins to twitch. Panic erupts among the soldiers, and one of them stumbles backward in horror, absolutely convinced that the victim is somehow, impossibly, still alive. The others can only stand there, frozen, staring in utter disbelief. To make matters worse, one soldier wonders if it's just post-mortem spasms. But in this terrifying moment, nobody can be absolutely certain of anything. Someone suggests calling for medics, but the others quickly dismiss the idea doubting it would change a thing. In the end, they make the grim decision to leave the body exactly as it is, deeply unsettled by the horrifying spectacle they have just seen. The officers collectively decide to abandon the convulsing corpse right where it lies, making the cold calculation that the unnatural movements will cease on their own. Meanwhile, a message arrives confirming that an important figure from America is en route to see Tae. This is the very same person credited with thwarting his aunt's attempted kidnapping. He is expected to make his arrival by the following day at the latest. And so, Taeyong is presented with an offer of comfortable lodging at the military base, with food, fresh clothing, and even permission to walk the grounds if boredom should strike. After the local officers finally take their leave from the room, Paul, the highly anticipated American visitor, at long last makes his entrance. He introduces himself with a polite smile, but Tak is completely unimpressed and coldly demands he cut to the chase. Paul immediately senses Tak's razor-sharp intellect and impatient demeanor, finding it almost impossible to believe this person is merely 18 years old. Nevertheless, he forces himself to remember that despite the imposing presence, the undeniable fact is that Tak is, at the end of the day, still just an 18-year-old kid. Paul then takes a breath, preparing to lay out the reason for his visit. In the simplest terms possible, Paul begins by explaining that this entire situation is about mutual advantage. He points out that the U.S. military chose not to interfere with Tak's recent actions, despite him operating within a highly secure and restricted facility. In reality, they went so far as to actively provide assistance, even though an initial, brief conflict left them at a significant disadvantage. What's more, he sternly reminds Tak that it was the United States government, with his own personal involvement, that single-handedly stopped the Korean government from abducting Mrs. Cool. She and her loved ones are, at this very moment, safe under American military protection, which, he adds, was the only logical course of action since they are U.S. citizens. Following this revelation, Tak is visibly taken aback to learn it was the Korean government itself that orchestrated the attempt to seize his beloved aunt. Paul clarifies that the would-be kidnappers were almost certainly government agents, operating under one of the departments within Korea's National Intelligence Service. He reassures Tak that the U.S. will spare no expense to guarantee his aunt's continued safety. Having laid his cards on the table, Paul now prepares to state the favor they require in exchange. In response, Tak acknowledges the critical help he received in reaching the hotel without any outside interference. And as a gesture of reciprocity, he agrees to grant them a single request. However, Tak's voice turns to ice as he warns Paul that they must guarantee her absolute well-being. He makes it crystal clear that should any harm befall her or her family, the full weight of the blame will come crashing down entirely upon them. But he doesn't stop there. He issues a chilling threat. He emphasizes that even the most minor injury inflicted upon his aunt will trigger devastating and dire consequences for them if she so much as suffers a scratch. The hidden truth about Baekseon's fate finally begins to crystallize. He delivers one final, bone-chilling warning to Paul. Their gambit to control Taeyong by using Ko Hyunjin as leverage has succeeded, as he has masterfully flipped the entire situation back in his own favor. His strategic genius and his uncanny ability to manipulate complex events are far more advanced than anyone could have possibly imagined, especially when one remembers his incredibly young age. Afterwards, a hidden underground tunnel is revealed, a secret path for TAC to exit the base, completely unseen. But before he goes, he is provided with a treasure trove of valuable intelligence. One of his primary targets, a man named Yoon Dae-hoon, is living in the nearby district of Yongdongpo. Furthermore, Kim Jun-hyuk and Kim Yoo-jin are also confirmed to be at their family homes, though strangely, they don't seem particularly worried about any imminent danger. Despite this apparent calm, they have already been caught attempting to flee on several occasions. As a final, cryptic piece of information, a new name is dropped, Baekseon, leaving a haunting, unanswered question about their connection to all this. It was then that the surveillance team unearthed a crucial lead connected to the mysterious name Baekseon. It turns out that Kim Jun-hyuk and Kim Yoo-jin frequently spoke of this person. Even more shocking, Baekseon was a victim in the very same brutal assault. A horrifying, buried truth is finally dragged into the light. There wasn't just a single victim in that vicious attack 3 years ago. Originally, The official incident reports mentioned both a male and a female student with critical injuries. The dispatch logs clearly show two separate ambulances were sent to the scene, and yet the official records were later secretly altered to show only one ambulance, creating the false narrative that Tae-young was the sole and only victim. The people involved have since confessed they were paid enormous sums of money to keep their mouths shut. This conspiracy meant that Tae-young's grieving parents were never told the entire truth. Even with countless students and teachers having witnessed the brutal incident, the powerful perpetrators still managed to orchestrate a perfect and total cover-up. The truth about Baek-seon's disappearance finally becomes clear. Every single person who knew anything about her, from the hospital staff and eyewitnesses to even her own family, was bought off and effectively silenced with massive payoffs. Her family, just like countless others before them, was given a hefty compensation to simply disappear and stay silent. But the entire situation took a dramatic and unforeseen turn when Tae-young's parents staunchly refused to accept any of the hush money. They understood that their son's profound suffering was something that could never be erased, with a simple monetary payment, which ultimately drove them to take much more drastic measures. The perpetrators, who were influential figures in both politics and the media, arrogantly believed they could easily twist the situation and control the public narrative. Their ultimate objective was to keep Baek-seon's very existence a complete and total secret. The witness finally decides to break his long-held silence, knowing this truth was never meant to be buried. The witness finally breaks his silence, admitting that the truth should have never been concealed from the world. He knew the incident was far too massive to ever be truly covered up, and yet a paralyzing fear kept everyone's lips tightly sealed. But now, with two police officers brutally murdered, men who were his own colleagues, the witness is now terrified for his own survival. He makes the fateful decision to confess everything he knows. At the same time, an agent bursts into the room, delivering shocking news directly to his stunned captain. Tae-young has been positively identified escaping the U.S. military garrison, and he's heading on a direct course for the Gangnam district. The officers are absolutely stunned by the revelation that Tae-young was hiding inside the American garrison this entire time. But if that's the case, then some other unknown party must have committed last night's brutal murders. Immediately, the captain barks an urgent order to his detectives to check on the status of Kim Jun-hyuk and Kim Eugene. But a deep confusion sets in among them. If Tae-young was indeed confined within the American military base, how could he have possibly been connected to the violent attack? And if he wasn't the perpetrator, then who else is responsible for this? All across the internet, people are glued to their screens, watching live footage of Tae-young sprinting at impossible speeds toward Gangnam. Some react with horror and disbelief, while countless others treat it like some kind of thrilling live entertainment. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure is meticulously tracking Tae-young's movements in real time, and suddenly realizes he has made a sharp, unexpected change in his trajectory. Instead of continuing on his current path toward them, TAC is now moving at full speed toward the district of Shinseidong. One of the watchers breathes a sigh of relief, glad they aren't the target, at least for now. But Jun-hyuk is suddenly seized by a chilling panic as he realizes that Shinseidong is the exact location where Kim Eugene is hiding. Jun-hyuk frantically tries to warn his friend of the imminent danger, but Eugene, on the other end, seems completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Without another word, Jun-hyuk abruptly decides he must leave immediately, a move which greatly alarms his mother. He implores her to escape with him before the monster Tae-young arrives, but she simply cannot comprehend the depth of his terror. Moreover, she tries to calm him, reminding him that the entire army is protecting them, and foolishly believes that they will be perfectly safe from harm. Jun-hyuk desperately insists that the army will be utterly powerless to stop TAC. He screams that if that monster arrives, they're all already as good as dead. His mother is completely aghast at his words. But then, Jun-hyuk claims that he knows the one and only way to stop TAC for good. The detectives are still baffled by the timeline of Tak's movements and actions. If he was truly being held inside the American military garrison, it makes absolutely no sense for him to be the one responsible for the murders, the killings that took place just the previous night. But at the same time, multiple credible eyewitnesses saw him leaving the military base just today. This contradiction only raises more questions about what truly transpired. Their investigation then pivots to the mysterious figure known as Baek-seon. The witness assumes that she could not have possibly survived, as her injuries were far too severe. He states that when he first laid eyes on her, he was certain she was already dead. However, the captain of the detectives is not so easily convinced by this. He issues a direct order for Detective Kudo to launch a full investigation to determine once and for all if she is truly deceased or somehow still alive. Following this command, the detective orders a deep dive investigation into Baek-seon's past. He demands they unearth every single shred of information they can find on her. Additionally, he specifically asks about the status of her parents, wanting to know if there has been any new information on them at all since the time of the incident. In another part of the city, a cold, creeping fear is spreading among those who are being hunted. Someone has come to the chilling realization that the authorities, both the National Army and the entire police force, are utterly powerless against talk. At this, John Hyuk begins to panic, as he becomes utterly convinced that he is destined to be the next victim. A terrified voice finally reveals that Baek-seon is currently being held at the Yongjin University Psychiatric Hospital. What's more, he frantically insists that he is telling the absolute truth. And so, Tak reminds him that ever since that fateful day, an exhaustive effort was made to locate any trace of Seon. But it was as if she had completely and utterly vanished from the face of the earth. The media, the school, and even her own classmates, social media pages all acted as though she had never even existed. The cover-up was executed with such chilling precision that even the people who were desperately searching for her began to doubt their own sanity and their own memories. At this, Tak realizes the depth of this unforgivable sin. No one, not a single classmate, teacher, police officer, or even the entire government itself, should be allowed to use willful ignorance as a shield for their crimes. The authorities callously ignored the desperate cries of Seon's heartbroken parents, and in doing so, they erased the entire life of an innocent young girl. This profound injustice is the very reason he has been forced to take these actions. A determined group storms toward the second floor of Yongjin University's psychiatric hospital, their focus fixed solely on reaching their final objective. A doctor is sent tumbling to the ground, knocked violently aside in the chaos. But he quickly insists through gritted teeth that he is unharmed. Meanwhile, another figure has finally reached the intended destination. He speaks the name Baek-seon after so much agonizing time has passed. At that very same moment, a wave of panic spreads like wildfire as Taeyong is seen entering the hospital. His sudden appearance is completely unforeseen and sends shockwaves through everyone. The guard stationed outside Baek-seon's room are anxiously awaiting Seong's arrival when they suddenly notice sinister cracks forming on the floor beneath them. Instead of bothering to use the stairs like a normal person, Seong chose to literally punch his way through the ceiling from below. He bursts through onto the second floor in a shower of debris. Pure horror is etched onto the faces of the terrified soldiers as they witness Seong emerge from the shattered remains of the ceiling. But to their complete and utter shock, the moment his feet touch the ground, he immediately explodes forward, directly towards the stunned soldiers. Before they have even a fraction of a second to react, they are sent flying, hurled violently against the far wall. There, they are met with a relentless and unstoppable barrage of brutal fists. After neutralizing all the guards and securing the entire hallway, Sung quickly scans the area, searching for any sign of Seon's room. But then, his eyes widen in horror as they lock onto one specific room. Bright red blood is splattered gruesomely across the door's small glass window. With extreme caution, he pushes the door open, completely unaware of the horrific scene he is about to behold. But to his shock, the entire room is coated in a sickening layer of blood. And standing right there in the center of the gruesome scene, Seon is gracefully twirling a bloody knife held tightly in her hand. And lying on the cold floor right beside her, Jun Hyuk is desperately clutching at his bleeding, slashed throat. And his distraught mother, Young Suk, can do nothing but weep hysterically for her dying child. Tears stream uncontrollably down Young Suk's grief-stricken face. Jun Hyuk makes a horrifying gurgling sound as he chokes on his own blood. His mother screams out, cursing them for ever daring to lay a hand on her son. She howls that they had no right to ever harm her precious boy. But her words are cut short as the very same bloody knife that killed her son is plunged deep into her own throat, silencing her forever. She is brutally murdered with a single, swift blow. Sean then turns her cold gaze to the lifeless body on the floor. She states that the only people people who ever had the right to say those words were Soo-young's parents. She then finally turns to face Seo-young and greets him with a calm smile. But Seo-young is completely frozen in a state of shock. Back Seo-young. She had been a transfer student who came from the Hoyeon Girls Middle School. She had been a top-ranked student in her entire school. On her very first day, she was filled with excitement, eager to get to know everyone. But at the same time, there was immense pressure on her to perform just as well in this new school. He remembers one day. Taeyoung was forced to dig through a disgusting trash can for his own belongings, the things that the school bullies had callously thrown away. But when Seon moved to try and help him out, he frantically warned her to stay away, terrified of what the bullies might do to her. He couldn't bear the thought of what they might do to her as well. But rather than listening to his desperate warning, Seon simply smiled and assured him that she would just play along with them. She would pretend to be just another one of the cruel students who tormented him. Seong's lips began to tremble as he tried with all his might to hold back his tears. This incredible new girl was actually standing up for him, a complete stranger. She was willing to go through all this trouble just for the sake of helping him. And now, in the blood-soaked present, these two just stare silently at each other. A powerful wave of nostalgia crashes over both of them. Another cherished memory flashes through Seon's mind, a brighter time. She remembers being at a cafe when she casually revealed that a boy had asked her out on a date. A strange and unfamiliar feeling twisted inside of Seon's gut, but he supposed it was only natural as she was incredibly popular, brilliantly smart, and beautiful. But he still warned her that if anyone saw them together, she could find herself in a world of trouble. But then Seon just smirked, confessing that she had already rejected the boy who had asked her out. It turned out to be none other than Lee Soo-ho, Seon's primary tormentor. He was the arrogant son of the school's board director. The entire board was governed by the powerful and corrupt Shin Jin Foundation. Completely unaware of the danger posed by his bullies, she revealed that she despises Lee Soo-ho and his entire gang of thugs. She said that when he tried to ask her out on a date, he brought his entire crew of friends along with him for support. They advised her to join their elite group and to only date within their own social class. Sometime later, back at school, she had managed to make some new friends. Haejung told her that she would introduce her to some other kids from a different class. Seong begged her not to go and leave him alone. But she insisted that she had to go, as the other kids had been avoiding her recently. But Seong persisted, pleading with her not to leave his side. Hearing this, she finally became annoyed with his constant begging. She asked him what had gotten into his head all of a sudden. She asked if he wanted her to become a complete social outcast. His expression hardened as Seong confronted her with the harsh truth. He told her that she was, in fact, already an outcast. From the very moment she rejected Lee Soo-ho and started spending time with Seong. He explained that if she showed up to meet them today, they would undoubtedly give her some kind of twisted mission. He warned that they would tell her to do exactly as they command, if she truly wanted to be their friend once again. Kian scoffed at the idea, thinking that completing some silly mission sounded rather easy. Seong's entire body began to tremble as he asked if she had ever been forced to drink glue or smoke cigarettes or steal from a store, because they would surely make her do things far worse than that. The painful memories just keep flooding back into his mind, one after another. And then, the memory of that final, horrific incident comes rushing to the forefront. The day when he was being brutally beaten, almost to the point of death. But then Zeon had bravely intervened, screaming for them to stop. And he remembers she had that very same determined look on her face. The very same look she has on her face right now, in the present moment. But the only thing that's different now is the deep, ugly scar she now bears because of that injustice. Completely overwhelmed by the tidal wave of emotions, he gently cups her face in his hands, his fingers trembling against her scarred skin. And then he collapses down to his knees before her. After Seon had bravely tried to stop the gang from bullying him in the past, the bullies had dragged them both to a desolate, abandoned building on the school grounds. Seong's body was racked with uncontrollable tremors of fear. Meanwhile, Chang-soo just sneered at him for daring to interfere with their fun. His laughter was a cruel, sharp sound as he called Seon nothing more than a cheap toy. In that moment, Seon had desperately turned his gaze towards her, looking for help. But she was lying completely unconscious on the cold, unforgiving concrete floor. Her small, fragile frame was completely still and unmoving. Chang-soo then addressed him as a real knight in shining armor. sarcastically demanding to know where all his previous confidence had gone. Yujin, who always had a thirst for violence, eagerly encouraged Changsu to beat the living hell out of it. It was then that Sujung stepped forward with a malicious grin. She acknowledged that Seong was the one who had been selfishly keeping the girl all to himself. She sneered, asking if he was secretly in love with her. That thought sent a fresh wave of cruel laughter rippling through the entire group. Daeun began to laugh like a complete maniac at the pathetic thought of two complete losers actually dating each other. On the other hand, Suyun asked him if he was angry with them, just because Sujung and Yujin had wanted to set up a disgusting kissing booth for his so-called girlfriend. Yujin had laughed cruelly at this, saying that they weren't even planning to make her do it for free. $5 an hour. That was the pathetic price they had placed on her human dignity. But this pathetic loser had thrown a wrench in all of their carefully laid plans. Saiyan cried and desperately pleaded with them, and promised he would do absolutely anything they wanted, as long as they kept Saiyan out of it. His pathetic words only made them all smirk with sadistic glee. His raw desperation only served to amuse them even more. And so, they decided they would strip him naked, as well as his precious girlfriend, Saiyan. Hearing this, Saiyan begged them with all his heart to please just leave Saiyan alone. But then, all of their gazes shifted over to Saiyan, who had somehow suddenly gotten to her feet and was looking out of the nearby window. She then turned and looked back at them all, smiled a sad, broken smile, and then fell backwards out of that window. A sickeningly loud crash echoed like a gunshot throughout the entire abandoned building as her small body hit the hard ground below. Panic instantly wiped the smiles off the bullies' faces. Meanwhile, So-young was left completely and utterly traumatized by the event. Back in the blood-soaked hospital room of the present, Sung couldn't stop himself from crying as Sian's name fell from his trembling lips, over and over and over again. At the same time, Sian gently caressed his face and slowly brought her own face closer to his. She smiles a sad smile as she remarks on how much he has changed, almost beyond recognition. Furthermore, she acknowledges that Sung must have an overwhelming number of questions for her, but she insists they must escape from the hospital first. The two of them then exit the room, only to find that a large group of guards have already assembled in the hallway. They threaten them with their weapons, ordering them not to move another single inch. But it seems the enemies weren't just the ones standing in front of them. Suddenly, the doctors and nurses turn and brutally stab the guards in the back. Faced with this shocking and unexpected turn of events, Sung is completely taken by surprise, while the lead doctor orders his men to retreat. As the doctor begins to calmly approach the two of them, Sung instantly takes a defensive position, ready for a fight. But he immediately freezes when the doctor addresses Sung with the utmost respect. Their escape path is ready. Cheyenne gives a silent, knowing nod, commending him for the swift and flawless execution of the plan. But she adds a sharp command, urging them to move out immediately. Seong's mind reels, a maelstrom of confusion. What in the hell is happening? Just then, military choppers descend upon the hospital like birds of prey. Soon, Cheyenne and Seong are inside a speeding SWAT police van. Cheyenne observes Seong's heavy, brooding silence. She is keenly aware of the storm of questions raging within his mind. In contrast, she points out to him that Seong himself has been radically transformed. Her voice holds a challenge as she demands to know what cruel fate befell the sweet, gentle boy she once cherished. Seong remains silent, his head bowed, lost in thought. So, Seon moves, sitting directly in front of his gaze, asking if he truly intends to shut her out completely. She knows he must be drowning in curiosity about everything that has transpired. His voice cracks, the raw question finally escaping his lips. Were you hurt? He confesses, I thought you were dead. Her own body trembles at his words, and the tears she fought so hard to contain now stream freely down her face. In an instant, she throws her arms around his neck, clinging to him as if he were the only solid thing in her world. She whispers a heartfelt apology, overwhelmed with regret for not revealing that she was alive all this time, for being the source of his unimaginable anguish. He returns the embrace, pulling her even closer to him. A single, broken thank you escapes from his trembling lips. He is just so profoundly grateful that she is still alive. Back at the bleak police headquarters, the team leader relentlessly interrogates the terrified witness, determined to squeeze out every last drop of information. He slams his hand down on the metal table with a deafening crack. The witness recoils, his body rigid with pure terror. But the detective presses on, demanding to know if it's even conceivable that Sean's own parents are the ones who murdered the two police officers. The team leader sees right through him. He is fully aware that this confession was not born from a guilty conscience. No, this was a desperate act of self-preservation. The witness readily admits that this is the absolute truth, but he reveals something even more shocking. He states that Sean's parents couldn't be the culprits because they're already dead. They perished in a horrific car accident more than a year ago, and it's quite obvious that the dead cannot rise to commit murder. He adds that Sean's parents were far from innocent people themselves. In fact, it is partially their fault that this entire conspiracy was kept silent for so long. The witness's face is a mask of fear and deep-seated worry. He poses a chilling question to the team leader. How does he think they managed to silence so many different people in such an impossibly short amount of time? They began by offering a settlement of $80,000 to the victims. Back inside the speeding armored vehicle, Xian begins to reveal the sickening truth to Seong. She turns to face him, her eyes cold, challenging him to guess how her own parents reacted to the offer. Before she can answer, Seong grimly assumes Xian's parents met a fate similar to his own. But to his utter astonishment, she reveals they countered, saying they would settle for $200,000. After some negotiation, they ultimately agreed to a sum of $120,000. This was on the sole condition that all of her future medical bills would be covered. Seong can only stare at her, completely stunned. His mind is reeling, unable to process what he has just heard. Shine lets out a hollow, bitter laugh. It was insane, wasn't it? She asks. She points out that Seong isn't even part of her family yet. He is this horrified. How could he possibly imagine how she must have felt? She then reveals that wasn't even the most depraved thing her parents did. The absolute worst part is that with that blood money, they went directly to the police force, the paramedics, and even all of the school teachers. They took it upon themselves to hunt down every single person who was connected to her and the incident in any way, and personally paid them off to keep silent about the whole affair. A volcanic rage erupts within Seong, and he slams his fist in pure frustration. The sheer force of the impact is so monstrous that the entire SWAT van lurches violently on the highway. But Seong calmly states that there is no use in getting angry about it now. She then reminds him of how she was confined to a hospital bed for over a year, while Seong himself was trapped in a deep coma. His noble parents fought a lonely, desperate war against the perpetrators. She only learned of their tragic, untimely deaths much, much later, but she was fully conscious the entire time, forced to helplessly watch and listen to every despicable thing her parents were doing. She confessed that she wanted to die the moment she discovered her hospital room and every single thing that happened within its walls. Yesterday, the team leader is aware. Trying to steer the conversation, Seong asks about her parents' current whereabouts, but he is stunned into silence when she reveals they died in a suspicious car accident. Moving onward, Seon and Seo-young step out of the van and make their way towards the dark riverbank. Meanwhile, the other doctors speed away from the scene in a tactical speedboat. Seon gestures for Seo-young to take an empty seat beside her on the pier. But before he moves, he asks about the fate of her older brother. She informs him that her brother was forcibly conscripted into the army, not long after their parents' mysterious and untimely deaths. He finds it hard to believe she would be all right with abandoning her own brother, but she reveals that is only what the official records claim, as the military police had suddenly appeared at their home and dragged him away against his will. He was still just a high school student. The rest of the grim story is easy to imagine. She then gestures back to the people who were accompanying her just moments earlier. But Seong cuts her off, his voice firm. He tells her that he doesn't want to hear any more of it. This unexpected reaction clearly surprises her. She explains that those were the very people who helped her get back on her feet, and the ones who have been aiding her in her quest for revenge against those monsters. Seong interrupts again, assuring her that he will exact vengeance for the both of them, but she refuses to let him shoulder this heavy burden all by himself. Seong guarantees her with conviction that it is not a burden to him. Sure, he'll be the one who swings the avenging blade, but he will be taking vengeance for her and for his parents as well. He even offers her the chance to take their revenge side by side. Hearing this sincere offer, Cheyenne lets a small, genuine smile grace her lips. She thanks him for his noble sacrifice for her sake. This rare moment of warmth makes him smile in return. But his expression instantly darkens when she flatly rejects his generous offer. She tells him to proceed, to unleash his wrath, and kill every single one of them. After all, they absolutely deserve to pay the ultimate price for what they have done to them. But as for the countless others who simply turned a blind eye to their suffering, and every other person who played a part in this heinous crime, she declares that she is going to personally murder them all. And that, she states coldly, is her own twisted version of revenge. Upon hearing this, Seong's eyes widen in horror. The girl he once knew is gone, replaced by this vengeful stranger. Meanwhile, she just smiles, a terrifyingly crazed glint in her eyes. Seon then admits that just last night, she was the one who murdered the 2 police officers, the very same ones who were dispatched on the day of the original incident. She reveals that she decapitated them in the exact same manner as Song's other victims. So, she muses, the authorities are probably convinced that he is the culprit. She then offers him a hollow, meaningless apology for this. But in reality, she wasn't the least bit sorry for her actions. In fact, this had been her sinister intention from the very beginning. Initially, she had planned to make their deaths look like a simple accident. But then, she witnessed the spectacle of what Seong had done. She learned that true, proper revenge means letting the entire world know exactly why you have done what you've done, and why someone has brutally murdered all of their victims. At this, Seong gets vivid flashbacks of all the people he has mercilessly slain. He finds himself unable to say a single word, so he just clenches his fists in silent fury. He is left utterly speechless. Back at the police headquarters, the witness continues his story, recounting how Seon's parents had approached him. It was just a few days before they died in that mysterious accident. To be more precise, it was the day after the video of Seon's parents had gone completely viral online. He says they told him that the entire country was now buzzing with the news, and that this was their golden opportunity to extort even more money from the perpetrators. With the incident now firmly in the public spotlight, they wanted the witness to help them in their scheme. The team leader is in a state of complete and utter disbelief. How could any parent sell out their own child in such a despicable way? He wonders aloud if they were even her real biological parents. But the witness confesses that he ultimately rejected their sordid offer. He knew that the parents of the perpetrators were extremely powerful people, so he was terrified and deeply uncomfortable about getting any further involved. Plus, he admits what Sean's parents were doing was just plain cruel and inhuman. But the leader knows the truth. The witness didn't find it cruel or anything of the sort. He was simply scared for his own life. Nevertheless, the witness continues with his damning testimony. He confronts the fact that Sean's parents supposedly died in a simple car accident, but he reveals that he knows for a fact it was no accident at all. The team leader stammers, completely shocked by this new revelation. But before he can press for more details, the witness calmly pulls his cell phone out from his pocket. He then quietly slides the phone across the table to show him a text message. A text that he had received from a completely unknown, untraceable number, the very day before the fatal car accident occurred, which contained a simple, chilling threat. Wait, you're next. The witness admits that at that time, he had a gut feeling that this message was somehow connected to Beck's family, but he foolishly chose to ignore that strange, unsettling feeling. The leader speculates that if it were the bully's parents behind this, perhaps they were trying to silence anyone else from coming forward. After all, their precious children were in serious trouble with the public at the time. But still, he admits that theory just wouldn't make any logical sense. At the same time, his mind is racing with a million different questions. But suddenly, another detective bursts into the interrogation room, informing the team leader that Seon Beck is, in fact, still alive. He says they have just received intelligence that Sung has gone to meet with her, and that both the police and the army are en route to her location as they speak. Hearing this, he grits his teeth in frustration and slams his fist down on the table. He roars that they're the investigative team officially in charge of this case. Why in the hell did the police go there without his authorization? And why is he only receiving this critical piece of news right now? Meanwhile, out on the dark, flowing river, Sean urges Seong to continue on his bloody path of revenge. She tells him she has no desire to try and stop it. She says that she will continue on her own chosen path of vengeance as well. Seong is about to offer his own services to aid Seon in her quest, but Seon quickly stops him before he can speak. She assures him that simple revenge is only one small part of their ultimate endgame. She philosophizes that if they just leave the bad things as they are, they will only fester and grow worse. If they simply sit back and wait for the bad things in the world to improve on their own, eventually, even the good things will be corrupted and turn bad as well. That is precisely why they must eliminate all the bad things in the world once and for all. This is how they will establish a brand new just nation. Their intense conversation is suddenly interrupted as another boat approaches them. Standing at the helm of the boat is a mysterious old man. His name is Yang, and he has a prominent, jagged scar across his left eye. This man clearly knows Cian very well. As he addresses her by name, he immediately understands the situation. She was in the middle of trying to persuade Seong to join their cause. Without a single moment of hesitation, Cian steps aboard the new boat and addresses the old man with great respect, calling him by the title of Dean. She then turns to face Seong one last time, asking him one final time to please join them. But the old man advises her to let him be, as they must, not try to force him to do anything against his will. Angrily, Seong clenches his fists tightly. Who in the hell was this old man? What was his ultimate purpose here? He demands to know, but the old man cryptically reveals that their group does not have a formal name. He says they are merely the representatives of the weak and downtrodden who have lost their way. But in the end, Seong turns his back on them and refuses to get on the boat. Cheyenne clearly did not want him to leave her side again. She stared at his retreating back, filled with the hope that he might just turn around. But he never did. As their boat speeds away down the dark river, Cheyenne is seen gently caressing a handgun, while she contemplates her recent, intense conversation with Seong, a man who she can now barely even recognize. The old man's younger companion on the boat casually suggests that she should have left with her old friend while she still had the opportunity. But Xiao does not answer him right away. Instead, she narrows her eyes and studies the man with a cold, careful gaze. She notes that he does not seem to be one of their usual members. The man then turns and walks away from her, warning her not to think of him as just another one of their mental hospital patients. Enraged by this comment, she angrily points the gun directly at his head, confirming if he had just dared to call them all crazy. Completely unconcerned for his own life, he declares loudly that there is absolutely nothing sane about a group that teaches children how to shoot people. Hearing that accusation, she begins to try and explain how they are trying to build a new, better nation, but she is quickly interrupted when the man warns her to lower the gun before he is forced to kill her. For a brief moment, she truly wanted to kill him right then and there. But her dark, intrusive thoughts do not manage to take over her actions. And fortunately for him, their tense conversation is cut short as the old man steps between them and makes a suggestion. He says they must find the president's daughter, Jang Soo-jong, before Song manages to kill her first. Song does not understand the strategic reason behind this move, and so the old man elaborates for her. For the sake of their future, they have to stop Sung's rampage before the entire world completely turns its back on him for good. Back in the city, the parents of all the dead bullies are crying their hearts out, mourning for their lost children, as they ultimately failed to save them from their fate. Among them is Lee Jo-young, So-hyun's grieving father, who sits alone in his car, desperately trying to suppress his own overwhelming tears. His assistant then delivers a new report to him. He confirms that Jang Soo-young did indeed escape the military base on a helicopter on the day of the initial incident, and she is now planning to head to Incheon Airport tomorrow to flee the country. This news completely infuriates the grieving Jo-young. The last time he had heard anything about Jong Suk-chul's daughter, Soo-jong, the fact that she escaped means they willingly left his own son behind to die. There is nothing that Jo-young can do now, except weep for his son, who was abandoned by his own supposed friend, a friend who he had trusted implicitly. His heart feels like it is being ripped in two, but there is absolutely nothing he can do to change it. All he can do now is grieve for his lost son. Meanwhile, Seong receives new intelligence regarding Young Soo-young. He learns that she will be arriving at the Incheon airport. This report is given to him by one of the captured members of the Shinjin group, who is currently being held on top of a building, confirming the intel. In a flash, he throws the man aside without a second thought, his body landing in a heap among several others who are already unconscious. The very next day, at the National Assembly building, Jang Sung-chul is in the process of taking his official presidential presidential oath. He solemnly promises to uphold the sacred constitution of their country. At the very same time, in another high-rise building somewhere in the city, a massive contingent of soldiers are guarding the main entrance. They are completely surrounding the entire area of young Daehoon's location. They know that Song is coming for them. It is now only a simple matter of when he will arrive. Not too far from this heavily fortified scene, on a nearby rooftop, Seon and her small group are carefully observing the efficient, high-powered soldiers. She stands there, patiently waiting for him to appear. But then, her companion asks her if he is even going to show up at all. She admits that she isn't entirely sure, judging from how he has been acting lately, but she knows he will come for him. After all, Daehoon is one of the original 8 bullies who tormented them. Her companion expresses his worry, as they are facing a very large team today. This means they will have to be extremely careful when they eventually retreat as well. He warns that staying in one place for too long would be incredibly dangerous for them. But Seon simply finds the solution to be quite simple. They can just eliminate any potential witnesses. However, her companion asks her if she is truly okay with this decision, because he knows she wanted to deal with this particular guy personally. Her expression suddenly darkens as she begins to explain that he must not know what it is truly like to be on the receiving end of such horrific, senseless violence. She says that she despises those bullies with every fiber of her being, but she hates the army and the police even more for actively protecting them. She spits that those people didn't join the armed forces to protect the weak and innocent. All they truly are disgusting parasites that use their orders as an excuse to commit their crimes. That is why simply killing the 8 bullies won't make much of a real difference. So, she is willing to let Seong have them, for the sake of achieving a much greater purpose. On the other side of the city, Seong charges at full speed towards the Incheon International Airport, the place where his final target, Jang Soo-young, is scheduled to arrive. Soon, the entire airport terminal begins to shake violently as Seong lands on the ground with a deafening, thunderous bang. The people inside immediately begin to scream upon seeing him and start running for their lives. Their terrified screams echo like a wave throughout the entire terminal. One poor, unfortunate civilian accidentally drops his cell phone while desperately trying to run away. The phone bounces harmlessly off of Seo-young's chest, and there on the phone screen, the new president, Jang Sung-kol, is still in the middle of giving his presidential oath. Deep inside the airport, Jang Soo-young recalls the last conversation she had with her powerful father. His grave words still ring loudly in her ears. Her father had advised her to immediately move abroad if she truly wanted to survive. He told her it was the only way for her to protect everything she has. He was clearly not happy about this decision. Plus, what Sean's parents were doing was just plain cruel. Having no other options, she had agreed to listen to her father's command, and is now sitting quietly with Nam Ho-young, a high-ranking member of the Secret Service. Young Soo-young looks at her with wide, pleading eyes, eager to know if she will be coming with her to her new life. Nam Ho-young assures her that she will be personally protecting her, at least until Soo-young has been safely transferred to the security team on site. She then sternly reminds Soo-young to follow her advice to the letter, or things will only get much harder for her in the long run. She strictly tells her not to log into any online blogs or any of her personal social media accounts, and she is forbidden from using any messenger apps either. For her own personal safety, her regular schooling will be replaced with a private tutor. She must avoid any and all contact with her neighbors and not make friends with any of her peers. Soo-jung turns to her, her face a mask of confusion. She says that she thought all she had to do was move to the United States. But Nam Ho-jong reveals the grim truth. She must not stay for longer than 1 year in any single given country. This is because the chase will continue until Seong has finally been captured, and the higher the perceived threat, the shorter she will have to stay. Meanwhile, inside the airport's main security office, Dean Yangjong is intently watching the live surveillance footage. He sees Seong's relentless approach on the airport's CCTV monitors. He knows that they have to stop Seong at all costs. But the dean also knows that he is not someone who can be easily stopped. His ever-present attendant then reminds him that they have a standard response manual for this exact kind of situation. But the dean points out that this manual is only for dealing with normal opponents. It will not provide a solution for the problem they are currently facing. He warns that they should always assume the absolute worst when it comes to Sam. If they don't, they will be the ones who end up dying. Yang Yangjong then contact a sergeant on his comms to find out how much longer it will be before Jang Soo-jong successfully boards the plane. The reply comes back swiftly and grimly. 20 minutes. That is all the precious time that they have left to act. Hearing this, he orders them to hurry and immediately initiate their backup plan. He commands that they must help the president's daughter escape. The sergeant assures him that they can initiate the plan with no problem at all, since they have been on standby this entire time. After ending the call with him, the attendant suggests that the dean should head out. But first, he states that he needs to speak with Seong personally. He admits that he doesn't know if it will actually work, but they need to stall for as much time as they possibly can. The attendant is clearly not in agreement with Yang Yang-jong meeting him face to face, but Jong-sun clarifies that he is not meeting him to provoke him or anything of the sort. He is just hoping to have a brief, civilized chat with him. On the other hand, Lee Soo-chul from the airport cybersecurity department approaches Agent Ho Young-nam with an urgent message. He suggests that they come with him immediately, as Taekyung has broken into the airport. Seong is making his way deeper inside the airport, but he is suddenly stopped when he spots Young-sin standing directly in front of him. Yang Yong-jong does not waste a single moment with pleasantries. He immediately makes a desperate request. He asks if he could possibly let Young Soo-young go, just this one single time. He says it is for the future of the new country that Seon envisions. He explains that in order to create their new nation, they need Young Soo-young to be kept alive at all costs. This is so that they can use her as leverage in their talks with the government. He states that she is the new president's one and only weak spot. Seong coldly asks him if the dean truly thinks he can stop him all by himself, without directly answering his question. Yang Yang-jong informs him that if Jong Soo-young dies here today, Seo-young will be very, very disappointed in him. He reveals that she is currently awaiting Seong at Young Dae-hoon's home. Seong makes it perfectly clear that Jong's negotiations with the corrupt government have absolutely nothing to do with him. And then he warns him sternly that this is the last time he will use Seon's name as a pretext for spouting his lies. He states that if it happens again, he can bring up Seon's name all he wants, but Seong will still kill him without a second's hesitation. A brief flicker of fear flashes across the old dean's face, but Seong is already moving past him, continuing forward to do what he has to do. No one in this world can stop him now. No one can use someone else's name as bait to try and melt his cold, hardened heart. Inside the airport, the security team leads Agent Nam and Soo-jung through a secret, different path through the airport's maintenance tunnels. When Agent Nam expresses her worry about this new, unfamiliar route, they assure her that Nam Seong has no knowledge of this particular route. This is because the route they are about to take is a completely unofficial one. Meanwhile, another large contingent of heavily armed soldiers is standing at a ready position in another part of the airport. Their commander warns them to shoot Seong on sight if they see him, and to keep up their guard at all times. But then suddenly, before they have a chance to even react, their eyes widen in complete and utter shock. Seong is already standing directly behind their stunned commander. His presence went completely unnoticed until his cold voice slices through the air. The commander desperately spins around to face him, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he raises his handgun to fire, but is already far too late. In a single, fluid motion, Seong's massive sword flashes in the dim light, cutting cleanly through the air before the commander can even pull the trigger. At that very same moment, Yang Yang-jong is also receiving new reports from his subordinate officers. He learns that Seong is currently heading directly towards the main runway. He is still looking for his final target, Jang Soo-young. Young-jong knows that Seong's senses are much more advanced than those of any normal human. So, he advises his subordinate officer that all personnel should avoid any direct contact with Sergeant Major, and especially Kang Hyun's elite squad. The subordinate assures him that Jang Soo-young will escape in one piece. As for Seong, he has stopped calmly walking through the airport terminal, but instead has opted to jump out of the terminal window directly onto the runway. From there, he spots Soo-jung in the distance, desperately running towards an airplane on the far side of the airfield. Seong lets out a furious scream at them, instantly catching their attention. And because of this, Soo-jung and Nam quickly scramble up the stairs and onto the plane. Meanwhile, Seong tries to run at full speed across the entire runway. But deep down, he is keenly aware that he won't be able to reach her, even if he jumps. The airplane is just about to take off into the sky, not having any other viable options left. He pulls out his enormous sword and prepares to throw it with all his might. The sword arcs gracefully through the air, across the runway and follows the plane, as if it were magnetically attracted to it. The massive sword then slices cleanly through the upper part of the airplane's fuselage. Inside, Agent Nam covers Soo-young with her own body, acting as a human shield, so that she won't get hurt while the sword cuts its way through the entire cabin. The plane begins to wobble uncontrollably and then slowly crashes back down to the ground, not causing any serious harm to Soo-young in the process. Armored security cars immediately appear, completely surrounding Se-young's position. They take this as their golden opportunity to strike, as Se-young does not have his primary weapon with him at this very moment. The soldiers all point their guns directly at him and unleash a massive barrage of bullets and even several grenade launchers. Quietly, Nam and Soo-young crawl out of the wrecked airplane as massive explosions occur right behind them. The deafening sound catches their attention and forces them to look back at the scene. But to their complete and utter surprise, through all the smoke and fire, a dark silhouette slowly begins to emerge from the chaos. Se-young is now standing defiantly on top of the wrecked plane, directly in front of them, while calmly regaining possession of his signature sword. Witnessing this impossible sight, Soo-young and the agents begin to run away in terror. But Se-young leaps high into the air and lands right in front of them, blocking their only path of escape with terrifying ease. Se-young now stands atop the smoldering wreckage of the plane, his powerful figure completely untouched by all of the surrounding destruction. He then allows himself a small, cruel smile. He knows that he has finally cornered the prey that he has wanted to hunt for so very long. Overcome with fear, Soo-young collapses down to her knees in defeat. Her entire body is trembling uncontrollably with absolute fear. She is well aware that her time in this world is now definitely up. Agent Nam is now on the very verge of crying herself, but she is also shivering with terror as well. But she knows that she can't really do much to help at this point. Se-young then mutters her name quietly under his breath, his lips curling up into a truly monstrous and terrifying grin. He then begins to slowly approach the two of them and keeps muttering Soo-young's name over and over again like a mantra. SWAT vans then quickly begin to emerge at their location on the runway, and heavily armed special forces rush out from the backs of them, completely filling the entire runway with their presence. They're familiar with the fact that something very, very bad is about to happen. However, Se-young is already standing directly in front of the terrified Soo-young. She begins to sob uncontrollably at the sight of him. Her body is trembling and flinching violently as a wave of pure fear overtakes her. Just then, a broken, pathetic apology escapes from her trembling mouth. She acknowledges that what she did to both him and the innocent scene is not something that can ever possibly be forgiven by anyone, but she still pleads desperately with Se-young to give her just one last chance, to somehow make up for every single horrible blunder she made in the past. Her eyes suddenly fill with a glimmer of hope when Se-young suggests that she should leave if she truly wants to live. She is just about to express her heartfelt gratitude, but then she notices that Se-young is actually talking to Agent Nam, and not to her at all. Se-young then further warns her that he has no intention of killing anyone who is not one of his primary targets, as long as they do not get in his way and interfere with his plans. He states that it is his one and only rule. He only kills if he is attacked by someone first. Agent Nam freezes in place, completely unsure of what to do in this situation. She takes a moment to think, but obviously it was a matter of her own life as well. So, without having any other real choice in the matter, she leaves Soo-young behind, collapsed in a heap on the cold, hard ground. Soo-young stretches out a trembling, desperate hand toward Haruni, who just walks away from her with hot tears rolling down her face. Desperately, she begins to scream for someone to help her. Her voice is miserable and completely broken by her fear. She is pleading for her Ani to please turn back, or for anyone at all to please save her. But all of her desperate cries go completely unanswered. She then tries reminding everyone who she is in a last-ditch effort. She screams that she is the daughter of the new president. She screams at everyone around her and begs them for help. Why won't anyone step in to help her? She points at the police and the military forces and insists that they should come forward and do their duty. She orders them to arrest Se-young and tells them to arrest him immediately, having already had more than enough of her pathetic nonsense. Se-young calmly raises his giant, blood-stained sword into the air. He then powerfully brings it crashing down directly on top of Soo-young. With a single intensified and brutal strike of his blade. He cleaves her entire body in half, a fine spray of blood coating his face. For a brief moment, time itself seems to slow down to a crawl. Vivid flashes of his mother, his father, and of Cian all flood his mind at once. His lips then curl up into a chilling, satisfied smile on his face. Only one single target remains now on his list. In another country, far away in Japan, at the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, a meeting is taking place. The leader is suggesting to all of his assembled members that there is absolutely no more room for any hesitation. There is no more space for any half-hearted measures. To limit themselves to just a single strategy was to invite certain failure. And failure, he states, was simply not an option for them. They must find a way to both pressure and win over tax zone. They must employ every means necessary in order to secure him. They need to have a contingency plan in place in case they fail to secure some, a backup plan to obtain that incredible power for themselves. Some of the members suggested that before they could even hope to break tax zone, they first needed to understand him completely as a person. Where had he managed to acquire such incredibly strong power? How had he obtained it? And more importantly than that, how did it actually work? Without this critical piece of knowledge, any strategy they could devise would ultimately be incomplete. Any attack would be rendered potentially completely meaningless. His immense strength is not just a simple weapon to be wielded, because there is definitely something much more to it than that. Some of the other members grew impatient, denying the need for such detailed strategies. They argued that plans, details, and careful approaches were completely meaningless now. What truly mattered was securing Taeyong by any and all means necessary. The world, they said, is on the very verge of a massive transformation, and the one who takes this as an opportunity will be the one to shape its future. Both guns and entire armies can't seem to get past that one superhuman. If they were somehow able to produce 1,000 or even 10,000 of them, something very unreal would definitely be unleashed upon this world. Something far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. In another secret environment, Paul is being informed by his own assistant that China's Zhao Xianchao will be personally leading their forces in this matter. Upon receiving this new piece of information, Paul begins to wonder to himself. He knows it's only a matter of time before Seong starts attracting interest from all of the major powers all over the globe. But nobody could have ever possibly guessed that Jiao Xuanchao would be the one to be personally leading the forces of all the people in the world. His attention is then pulled towards his assistant, where he informs Paul of a startling fact. He says that they have knowledge of over 3,000 Chinese spies who are currently operating undercover deep inside of Korea. And that shocking figure doesn't even include all the companies and organizations. Paul's mind begins to wander at this new information. He thinks to himself that those people use their sheer strength in numbers, even when it comes to spying. However, the assistant assures him that they are starting to see similar movements in Japan as well, but Paul simply tells him to let them all fight amongst themselves. This unexpected command clearly shocks the assistant. He then hesitantly questions his boss about his decision. He asks if he is not going to take any kind of measures against them at all. He warns that if either Japan or China get their hands on Xiao, it would almost certainly lead to a literal, full-scale war. He insists to Paul that they will be more than willing to forego all diplomatic relations and resort to brute force if it means that they can successfully secure Xiao for themselves. So this is not something that they should all be simply writing off so easily. However, Paul is just smirking to himself because he somewhere has an idea that it won't ever happen. He knows that once someone gets on Song's bad side, they are completely out of the running. The assistant then interrupts him urgently. Or perhaps a weapon of untold might. And should a rival nation lure him to their side, the consequences would be far from a simple loss. It would trigger an unimaginable catastrophe. Paul concedes that rival powers will undoubtedly extend their invitations. However, he remains convinced Song would outright refuse any such proposal. But what if China dangled the promise of land and absolute authority? In that scenario, Seon's aunt and her entire bloodline, who are currently listed under official protection, could be immediately relocated to the fortress of Fort Bragg. They would even mobilize the formidable assets stationed there. A look of sheer disbelief washes over the assistant's face. Paul intends to deploy the legendary 82nd Airborne Division to guard a single family. A wicked laugh escapes Paul as his features twist into a dark, predatory grin. He savors the brilliance of the scheme, a way to indebt Seong to him, and he'll use the man's own aunt as the key. Back within the city's heart, So Young's father, the powerful chairman of Shinjin, Lee Jo-young, stands alone, drenched in the cold rain. He grieves the son torn from him, vowing to exact a terrible vengeance. He swears to make Seong's demise a spectacle of suffering, far worse than his son's. And all those who merely stood by and witnessed that unjust end will find no sanctuary from his wrath. Every single one of them will pay the price. After the somber funeral, the bereaved families of the victims convened a press conference, with Lee Ju-young stepping forward as their unified voice. Their words were laced with pure venom as tears of rage streamed down their faces. Their children, all of them, had been mercilessly slaughtered in mere days by the monster known as Taeyong. They condemned the government for its utter incompetence and its pathetic, disorganized reaction to the entire crisis. The nation's citizens were plunged into profound shock as the true scale of the horror was revealed. It wasn't just Chang-soo and the president's daughter who had fallen victim. The vast majority of their companions had also been slain. But this was only the prelude to the terror. When the headlines began to scream the truth, that hundreds of blameless police and soldiers had been cut down. During Sayong's bloody rampage through the city, a tidal wave of public fury erupted. Families wailed, their anguished cries tearing through the nation's stunned silence. The outrage spread like an uncontrollable inferno. Those who once championed and defended Seong simply vanished. He was now branded as nothing more than a lawless, uncontrollable terrorist, a malevolent entity that threatened the very fabric of the nation itself. The transformation was complete. Taeyong was now the enemy of the state. Within the solitude of his presidential office, President Sungchul is forced to watch in abject horror as the monitor replays the last agonizing seconds of his daughter's existence. Sujong, utterly defenseless before the cold steel of Sayong's blade. His lips tremble as he whispers her name in despair. His entire being is racked with a pain too immense to bear. A chasm of agony opens in his chest, as if his heart were ripped out. He clenches his fists until his knuckles are white, forcing air into his lungs. Through the torment, he begs Sujong to await him in the heavens and makes a solemn vow. No matter the cost, no matter the years it might take him, he will have his ultimate revenge. Abruptly, a sharp knock at the door forces him to mask his grief. It is Park Sang-joon, the director of the National Intelligence Service. He has brought an individual to provide counsel on the unfolding disaster, for they are now standing on the precipice of a national crisis. This esteemed advisor is none other than Dean Yang Yong-jong. Once they are settled, Director Park begins, conveying to Sung-chul that this elder statesman is the very architect who forged the nation's foundations before his quiet retirement from the Ministry of Security. But now he has been summoned from the shadows to handle this threat. So Sung-chul cuts to the chase. Is there any method to eliminate that monster? With a grave, measured tone, the old man instructs them to first secure young Dae-hoon at all costs. He is the final breathing target on the list. At that very moment, a massive chunk of debris explodes against the safe house where Dae-hoon is concealed. Soldiers brace themselves, weapons raised, ready for the impending chaos and death. But as the thick dust begins to settle, they see him, Sung, standing alone on the street. The soldiers are frozen with indecision, paralyzed by what to do as their commander screams at them to hold the line. They are not to fall back, not to return to the base. A wave of sheer panic washes over the troops. What in God's name were they supposed to do with an order like that? Then, a lone soldier steps forward, a foolhardy bravado in his stride towards Seong. He scoffs, declaring this is what you get when command is left to those with absolutely zero combat experience. He bellows to Seong that he alone will be his adversary. He arrogantly proclaims that brute size and power are meaningless. True combat, he preaches, is all about superior technique. He then reveals his past glory as a former boxing champion. The fool openly mocks Seong's fighting style, dismissing his strikes as amateurish wild swings. He boasts they will be laughably easy for a master like him to evade. The man raises his fists adopting a professional fighting stance. Seong observes him with a chilling, silent intensity, and in less than a heartbeat, the boxer is met with a devastating blow. His body is sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby building. In that instant, a new order crackles through their comms, form a defensive perimeter. They are forbidden from engaging Seong under any circumstances. They must only report his movements without delay. Seong lets out a weary sigh, but his gaze suddenly snaps skyward. He spots a squadron of helicopters thundering above the city. Di-hyun, his target, has already been whisked away in one of those choppers. The helicopters immediately break formation, scattering in multiple directions, a deliberate tactic to conceal which aircraft actually carries Di-hyun. A surge of pure fury rises within Seong, and he leaps up the building's facade, leaving the shell-shocked soldiers gaping in his wake. He lands inside the now empty room of Daehoon. All that remains is a photograph of him surrounded by his fellow tormentors. Song's teeth grind together as his hands clench in a stone-like fist. He makes a silent, deadly vow. It doesn't matter where he flees or where he conceals himself. He will hunt him down and end his life, regardless of what stands in his way. Nearby, on the other side of the war-torn street, Song and her Special Forces unit maintain their position on the rooftop. Seon stares intently at the video of Soo-jung's execution, her grip on the device tightening until her knuckles turn white, her expression a cold, unreadable mask. The despair made her want to end her own life. But just then, her commander receives an urgent call. An authoritative voice on the other end of the line is issuing a direct command to form a protection detail around Seon. The voice demands that he and the rest of his company withdraw to base immediately. A flash of confusion crosses the commander's hardened features. Seong had only just made his appearance. The battle was nowhere near its conclusion. Why would they retreat now, before he can voice his objections? Another call comes in, and the voice on the other end clarifies the situation. Foreign intelligence operatives within Seoul have now turned their focus towards Seon. Worse still, China's shadow involvement has become too prominent to dismiss. Their agents are everywhere, observing, poised to strike. The entire nature of the mission has drastically changed. Following the direct order from his superior, the commander confirms that he will detail a few company members to escort Seon back to the safety of the base. The voice reminds the commander that he must fully grasp the situation. Shaun's value to their cause is now immeasurable. She is destined to be reforged as the living icon of their movement. Shaun herself will be the very tip of the spear that brings down the current corrupt puppet government. So until her safe return to base, their absolute highest priority is to protect Shaun no matter the sacrifice. Once she arrives, he will be required to report her every single action, and she will be strictly forbidden from leaving the base without direct authorization. Left with absolutely no alternative, the commander gives his word that he will personally oversee her escort. Shun already senses what is about to happen, even before the commander has a chance to speak the words. A shadow of deep annoyance crosses her stoic face. Before she has a chance to object, the commander speaks once more. He implores her not to direct her anger toward him. She clenches her fists tightly, suppressing the burning frustration within. Elsewhere, the old man, Yang Yangjong, alongside President Sun Chol, and Director Park are flying deep into a secluded forest via helicopter. A heavily fortified military unit is stationed in this remote area. Sun Chol cannot comprehend the purpose of this detour. What could the military possibly offer them in this dire situation? Yang Yongjong simply gestures towards a massive tunnel entrance, revealing their destination lies far beneath the military base itself. As their vehicle descends deep into the cavernous tunnel, Sun Chol demands to know where they are being taken. He questions the existence of such a tunnel beneath a military installation, but Director Park merely placates him, promising to explain everything once they have reached their objective. He assures him that they will arrive at their final destination very soon. Deep within the subterranean passage, Song Chul's eyes widen in utter astonishment as he beholds another blast door. This one is far more imposing and fortified than the one at the entrance. A torrent of questions floods his mind. Since when did the nation possess a facility of this magnitude? What could possibly be hidden behind that colossal door? Is this some kind of secret underground bunker? The moment the immense door groans open, he is overcome with profound disbelief. A truly colossal space is revealed before them. Stepping out of the vehicle, Sungju surveys the area in a state of shock, demanding to know the nature of this place. Yang Yangjong calmly explains that this is the very location where they intend to capture Seongtak. To their astonishment, Sungju erupts with fury at the old man's declaration. What in God's name do they think they can possibly achieve in here? Sungju's entire body quakes with uncontrollable rage. His face contorts, turning a deep shade of crimson as he spits out his words. In his current monstrous state, Seong could effortlessly obliterate this entire complex without breaking a sweat. No number of bullets, no elite squadron of soldiers could ever hope to stop it. The only conceivable way to even have a prayer would be to drop a ballistic missile directly onto the heart of the city. But even with that, Si Young-chul knows the terrifying reality. Seong has ascended beyond the limits of humanity. A pathetic containment facility like this would never, ever be enough, nor would it have any effect. The old man remains utterly serene and composed, a stark contrast to the frantic Si Young-chul. He reveals that he knows a method to strip Seongtaek of his godlike power. But Sungju is in no state to listen to such claims. When the old man counters that his method has been proven and validated, Sungju is rendered momentarily speechless. The old man continues. Superhuman strength, impossible speed, hyperacute senses, a physical form that shatters the very boundaries of mortality. There was once another man who possessed abilities just like Sung. It all transpired 3 decades ago. For Sungchul, it was as if the very ground beneath him had given way. He cannot bring himself to believe this revelation. How could such a being exist without his knowledge? The old man clarifies that in that era, the media was far more compliant with the state. Sensitive information was not so easily disseminated to the public. Yet, Sungchul remains incredulous that an entire nation could remain ignorant of such a powerful individual. So the old man reveals they employed a clever bit of deception. The public remembers him, but in a completely different guise. He even suggests that Si Young-chul himself would likely recognize the name. He wonders who it could possibly be. The old man then turns to face him, his expression unreadable, yet shadowed with a dark history. And he reveals the code name he was known by, Maruchi. Sungchul stands frozen in place, the breath catching. In his throat, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. His mind struggles to process the reality he is witnessing. Maruchi was once revered as the most legendary agent of the Agency for National Security Plan. This means he was an asset operating under the state's command. Driven by a mix of shock and morbid curiosity, he demands to be told of the man's current location. But the answer he receives leaves him trembling. Maruchi is deceased. He exists no longer. The man, still reeling from the shock, realizes Maruchi is truly gone. Furthermore, he questions how an operative of the ANSF could end up terminated, rather than being protected. If Maruchi were still alive today, he would have been an incredibly precious asset. However, the grim truth emerges that North Korea orchestrated the operation with the objective of capturing him alive. In years prior, Maruchi had single-handedly annihilated 3 of their elite armies, and this was their long-awaited moment of retribution. The horrifying realization dawns that Talk now harbors that very same potential, if not a power that vastly surpasses what Maruchi once wielded. Back in his prime, Maruchi was even younger than Talk is at this moment. The question then arises, was Maruchi captured and subsequently executed in this very facility? It is revealed that he was indeed captured, but they failed in their attempt to kill him. The reason for their ultimate failure rested in their core objective. Their orders were to take him alive, not dead. Had their primary mission been his swift elimination, any chance of escape would have been utterly impossible. In the end, he met his demise while in the line of duty, falling in a fierce battle against a team of enemy saboteurs. Maruchi's final end seems almost too mundane for a man of his legendary status. He had successfully infiltrated an enemy submarine deep within the East Sea, with the intent of scuttling the vessel and everyone aboard. However, his daring plan did not unfold as he had anticipated. At the critical moment of his planned escape, he was unable to exfiltrate in time, and the submarine plunged into the abyss, dragging him down to a watery grave in the ocean's depths. The populace evacuated the area with frantic haste and desperation. Amongst the chaos, Taekwon frantically scours the crowd for Yoon Dae-hoon, driven by a fierce determination to locate him at any cost. Later, at Noonkwon Middle School and High School, a place still haunted by painful memories and unresolved vendettas. A younger Seong desperately seeks assistance, but the authority figure he approaches treats him with utter disdain. He callously dismisses his desperate plea, claiming that bullying is merely a rite of passage for the young, and that they have far more pressing matters to address. In the meantime, the brutal torment persists. Seong is beaten and humiliated as others look on, their silence a deafening roar. Some are paralyzed by the fear of becoming the next victim, and they warn each other to stay out of the conflict. One student wonders why nobody ever intervenes. But challenging the status quo is far too dangerous. The family that holds sway over the school possesses too much influence. Through all the pain and suffering, Seong clings to a sliver of hope, believing that one day, things might finally change for the better. Seong's parents are utterly devastated as they gaze upon the broken form of their child. Their grief is a crushing, unbearable weight, with a cold fire of resolve in his eyes. He vows to unleash his vengeance upon their tormentors. A low, ominous rumble begins to grow in intensity. Suddenly, a deafening crash shatters the silence, as if the planet itself is crying out in response to their anguish and fury. Hyun-sok arrives on the scene and is greeted by an associate. The man says they've been waiting, but are grateful for his arrival. The news he delivers is absolutely heartbreaking. All of the other children have been systematically eliminated, including his own daughter. Now, only his son remains alive, and they must use every resource at their disposal to ensure his survival. Furthermore, this location has been compromised. Talk has discovered their hiding place. The commander speculates that by keeping the families consolidated, they inadvertently made themselves an easier target to locate. Hyun-sok feels the crushing gravity of their predicament. He finally comprehends that the threat is closing in on them. As-take's one remaining target is now his son. A new strategy is proposed. A specialized secret location has been prepared for him. Relocating him, there may be the last resort to keep him alive. Mr. Jeong offers his assurances to Hyun-sok, stating that he came in person to convey this critical information. Understanding the anxiety he must be experiencing, their direct involvement is intended to provide some measure of comfort in these dark times. Hyun-sok, gripped by an icy fear, offers them his heartfelt gratitude. Furthermore, he pauses, hesitating, before inquiring about the safety of his own parents. To this, Mr. Jeong is quick to offer his reassurance, vowing that everything is under control and will be handled. A sudden, piercing scream shatters the tense atmosphere. Mr. Jang takes the lead, his demeanor radiating calm authority. Young Dae-hoon holds back, uncertain, his eyes darting around nervously as he questions their whereabouts. After a moment, Mr. Jang assures him that this sanctuary is secure, a place completely concealed from Tae's relentless pursuit. He stresses the need to remain here for some time. He makes a solemn promise that Tae will eventually be apprehended and eliminated. Meanwhile, Talk's resolve remains as unyielding as ever. Mr. Jang is orchestrating this entire charade to ensnare Jang Dae-hoon, driven by a desire to prevent the further loss of innocent soldiers and police officers. He relays the boy's current position directly to Talk, who makes it abundantly clear that he was not the one who ignited this war. Those who drew first blood and gave sanctuary to the true monsters are the ones solely responsible for this widespread destruction. A pertinent question is raised. Was it truly essential to confront the man face to face? The answer is delivered with conviction, because there are times when seizing control of a situation directly is the only path to victory. Had there not been a direct intervention, Hyun-suk would have never consented to being separated from his son. Moreover, he concedes that this difficult decision was the correct one. Later, Dae-hoon, at first, appears to be composed and accepting of his fate, but in a sudden shift, his frustration boils over, and he starts to frantically demand his release. He screams that he wishes to be reunited with his father immediately. His desperate cries reverberate, but his pleas are met with silence. Dae-hoon's shrieks, demanding to be set free, grow in volume, yet no one comes to his aid. Soon after, he comes to the grim realization that no one plans to heed his calls. In the meantime, a strategic discussion is taking place elsewhere, debating whether Tak will actually fall for their elaborate trap. Considering the scale of his previous actions, they know it would be foolish to underestimate him based on his age. The plan hinges on Dae-hoon's presence. Its allure Tak will not be able to resist. However, they know Tak will recognize a trap for what it is. He is not one to blindly walk into an obvious ambush. A more cunning strategy is required. Rather than presenting Dae-hun as simple bait, they will present him as the legitimate primary objective. By doing this, Seong will be completely unaware that he's been deceived until the trap has sprung. Dae-hun must remain here until the operation is complete, as there is no possible route of escape. The tension skyrockets as TEC breaches the perimeter of the compound. Furthermore, the order is given with chilling clarity. The moment TEC crosses the threshold, the plan is to be set in motion. Everyone tenses, preparing for the final act. They all know that this is the decisive moment. Inside, Dae-hun is consumed by rage and desperation. He hammers on the heavy door with every ounce of his strength, bellowing to be released. He screams at the top of his lungs, but no one answers, no matter how desperately he cries out. The door remains sealed. In the next moment, Tak advances with methodical, deliberate steps, calling out Dae-hun's name with cold resolve. As he arrives at the door, his grip tightens, and with a surge of power, he tears it from its hinges. The sound of Dae-hun's terrified shriek echoes through the confined space. The entire room trembles as metal groans in protest against the floor, and Dae-hun is frozen solid with absolute terror. TEC stands before him, declaring that there is no more fleeing. There is no more hiding. This deadly game of hide-and-seek has concluded. The ground violently erupts as a series of powerful explosions detonate, sealing the entrance completely. A thick, acrid smoke floods the air, rendering any thought of escape utterly futile. Taeyong remains motionless, his gaze locked onto the terrified Dae-hun. After a moment, he calls his name again, making it crystal clear that there is no path of retreat. Moreover, he shoves Dae-hun to the ground with immense force, the impact brutal, leaving him gasping desperately for air. Dae-hun's body trembles violently as he struggles to breathe, his heart hammering against his ribs in sheer terror. TEC observes him with cold patience, waiting for him to rise again. The moment of reckoning has finally arrived, and Dae-hun collapses to the floor. In the next instant, Tak's vision begins to swim as the thick smoke makes it difficult to breathe. A tightness constricts his chest, and he begins to cough violently, attempting to expel the substance from his lungs. Dae-hun erupts in manic laughter as he watches, relishing the spectacle as if it were nothing more than a childish game. Moreover, the dense, choking smoke raises alarming questions. Could it be tear gas, or perhaps something even more lethal, like poison? A substance designed specifically to incapacitate Tak. But in the end, it is irrelevant. Nothing of that nature could ever hope to stop him now. Tak has evolved, becoming far more powerful, not only in his physical prowess, but also in his biological resilience. This has rendered him nearly immune to most foreign agents. Someone who understands him intimately ponders the true purpose of the smoke that now fills the chamber. If it's not a poison gas, then what could its true nature be? The answer is both shocking and ingenious. It is not a deadly poison, but a potent narcotic, 500 kilograms of pure methamphetamine. This massive quantity is now being aerosolized into the atmosphere. A dosage of this magnitude is enough to completely destabilize an entire country, unleashing consequences that are impossible to predict. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on him. Engaging in direct combat with a being as powerful as Tak appears to be an exercise in futility. His raw power transcends that of a normal human by an exponential factor. This effectively makes him a force that cannot be stopped. However, when the problem is approached from a different angle, the entire dynamic of the situation begins to shift. What seems to be his greatest strength could, with the right strategy, be twisted into his most fatal flaw. His hypersensitive senses, the very source of his immense power, could also become the instrument of his own destruction if cleverly exploited. A crushing weight descends upon him, making every movement a struggle. A final, unheard goodbye is uttered as the world dissolves into a blur. The battle has concluded, and every one of his foes lies defeated. Yet, something feels profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Suddenly, his body is racked by violent, uncontrollable tremors as he fights to remain on his feet. An alien sensation floods his being, and the very air he breathes feels different. And then, the devastating realization strikes him, but it is far too late. This is no ordinary smoke. It is a meticulously crafted trap, and his time is rapidly running out. Tzi collapses to the unforgiving ground, screaming Jang Sung-chul's name in fury. Jang Sung-chul, director. Park and Yang Yongjong all wear masks of pure, unadulterated shock as they bear witness to the terrifying spectacle unfolding before them. The horror is etched clearly on their faces, while Tang Song's agonized scream tears through the pandemonium. A desperate cry of Jang, Sung Chul's name, trapped and helpless in his prison below. Sung Chul curses Song as a relentless, freakish monster who simply refuses to die. Without a moment's hesitation, Young gives the order to commence the operation. His subordinates begin to rain down specialized sonic devices, a brutal assault on the so-called damsel in distress. One after another, they descend. These devices, which bear a striking resemblance to miniature warheads, fall upon Sung-ju. He is caught completely and utterly unprepared. In the space of a single heartbeat, they detonate directly in his face, triggering a devastating chain reaction. The explosions are both deafeningly loud and blindingly bright. And in truth, at times like these, possessing superhuman sight and hearing feels like nothing short of a terrible curse. That monster, Young, casually offers an explanation for the chaos. He mentions that this is the effect of the 500 kilograms of hallucinogens they have unleashed. This newly developed technology is engineered to overload Tak's enhanced senses, forcing them into a state of catastrophic failure. Crumpling to his knees, the sudden sensory assault has completely numbed Tak. It has likely sent his brain into a state of complete system meltdown. Sung-ju screams at Young to deliver the final blow, declaring it the perfect opportunity. He demands to know why the old man is simply standing there, idle. But Young remains deathly quiet, completely mesmerized by the scene. He mutters a truth that should be obvious to all present, that even with Tae's senses impaired, he is still invulnerable to blades or conventional bullets. Just then, Yang elaborates that they must adhere strictly to the original plan if they truly wish to see Song neutralized. Director Park finally breaks his stunned silence, interjecting that every major superpower on the planet is desperate to get their hands on this mutant Song. Not to mention, he himself is dying to acquire a sample of that monstrous blood. If it were at all possible, Sung-ju screams at Park, calling him an absolute fool. But Young cuts sharply through their bickering. He finds a grim parallel in North Korea's historic failure to capture Maruchi, stating they have learned valuable lessons from that event if Park would only pay attention. A strategy like this will only be effective a single time. Once this is over, Song's body will adapt, and he will never fall for the same trick again. They are left with a stark choice. Either attempt a desperate escape or see their original plan through to its conclusion. Young makes the final decision himself, initiating the final, irreversible stage of the plan. Giving the signal, the last preparations are made to flood Song's newly formed prison with quick-drying cement, which is guaranteed to be far more effective than mere bullets. Once he is fully encased in solid concrete, his movements will be completely nullified. Frozen in this state, he will be powerless to exert any of his monstrous strength. When questioned, Young explains his hypothesis. He believes Song's body will rapidly develop a powerful immunity to this sensory attack, and at this very moment, it is happening precisely as he predicted. This revelation sends an icy chill down Sung-cho's spine. Young's plan is to entomb him beneath the rubble before he can fully recover his senses and unleash his true fury. Meanwhile, Sung is completely oblivious to his situation as his subconscious mind pulls him deeper, and he hears a hauntingly familiar voice commanding him to return. A single glance behind him, and Sung is terrified to see the man from his visions, standing amidst a horde of grotesque, nightmarish creatures. The man proclaims that it is too soon for Sung to face error. He imparts a dark piece of wisdom, that hatred can make all things possible, and that death should not be a source of weakness. Only through relentless, brutal action will he receive the sword's blessing. And Sung feels the truth of these words resonate deep within his soul. With that final pronouncement, the apparition vanishes, while the mysterious man awaits their next inevitable confrontation. A couple of foolish soldiers attempt to lift Sung's immense sword, but that is merely a fool's errand. Suddenly, the sword begins to vibrate violently, startling them as it tears itself from the ground. Now prepared to answer the call of its true master, deep beneath the cement. Seong shatters the confines of his own consciousness and lets out a primal scream, a sound that sends shivers of pure terror down the spines of the old men watching from above. Deep within the suffocating darkness of the rubble, Seong is unleashing a scream of pure, unrestrained fury, despising every single second of his current predicament. The old fools are now exhausted down to their very bones, realizing that absolutely nothing can contain this mutant's insatiable rage. His piercing scream travels far and wide, an unseen call that reaches his loyal sword. The weapon abruptly tears itself from the earth and vanishes in a flash of light. This impossible feat alone is enough to leave the soldiers utterly petrified. Seongju refuses to surrender to these seemingly impossible odds. He demands a logical explanation from Yeong, who theorizes that the boy has somehow pushed beyond his physical limits and shattered the constraints of his overloaded senses. Despite this, Yeong remains confident that there is no possible way for him to escape. But then, the ground begins to tremble violently, as if in the grip of a powerful earthquake, throwing everyone off their balance. From out of the chaos, Suyang's sword makes its grand, terrifying entrance, infuriating Seongchul as he witnesses this godlike power firsthand. Yeong does not hesitate for a single second before screaming at Seongchu to flee for his very life. Altering its trajectory, the sentient sword repeatedly strikes the rubble, creating a spiderweb of cracks to liberate its imprisoned master. Yeong bellows at Seongchu to get into the vehicle and escape, or his life is forfeit. Wasting no precious time, they leap into their waiting jeep, while Yeong gives the chilling order to detonate the entire facility, with his own men still trapped within its walls. They face Seong's unbridled rampage and are ultimately crushed beneath the collapsing structure. Losing all composure, Yeong frantically contacts the colonel, shouting that the operation is a catastrophic failure and that Seong is on the verge of breaking free. But the colonel reveals that Plan B is already in effect. With no time to lose, Yeong and Seongchun floor, using the remaining soldiers as a diversion to ensure their own escape in the chaos. Director Park barks at the driver to head directly for the helipad. Just at that moment, the entire factory is consumed by a massive, fiery explosion, catching them completely by surprise. With their eyes fixated on their final destination, they urge the terrified driver to accelerate even faster. But the true shock comes as Seong's sword rips through the solid rock of the tunnel, ricocheting wildly in every conceivable direction, before slamming directly into the driver's side of the vehicle, sending the car careening violently out of control. Seong-kul is thrown from the wreckage like a discarded doll, trembling uncontrollably as he stares up in terror at the figure of Seong. Even the stoic Yeong is losing his composure, astounded that Seong managed to reach them with such impossible speed. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, he screams at Seong to bring his daughter back to him, but with his sword held high and ready, Seong coldly retorts, "And what about my parents?" That one simple question cuts deeper than any physical blade ever could. The sword then descends, piercing Yeong from above. And in that instant, his fate is sealed. Seizing the opportunity, Director Park fires his weapon in a last, desperate act. But it is all for nothing, as Seong's sword decapitates him with a single, clean stroke.